To the chair, you may begin when ready.
So members, this is Julie from the clerk's office. So I just want to confirm that the chair is just continuing to get some technical difficulties and some audio issues. So we will be back shortly, but I just wanted to give you an update.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
No, I can hear you very well, and I assume that
Okay,
you're phoning into the meeting.
I was calling in my phone, but then the screen came back on, so it shows that my mic is at a level that I can speak. So I'll just take it from there. I'll keep the video off and then just proceed with respect to starting the meeting. So if the WebEx folks are ready and we're ready for the streaming, if we can then get started. If you give me the okay, I will proceed with respect to the meeting in the abbreviated form that we're in at the moment. I'm here.
To the chair, you may begin when ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Thompson, City Councilor. I'm the chair of the city's Economic and Community Development Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 24 of the Economic and Community Development Committee to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by video conference. The public continues to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with public health guidelines and that they prevent the spread of COVID-19. I ask everyone for their patience with the delay and technical issues, and we've been experiencing several of those this morning. So again, I ask you for your patience, and I apologize in advance for any of the issues that we're having. We have a number of speakers listed, and I'll get the clerks to call out the names of them later on. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of the speakers can in fact be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. either clerks and or others on the meeting, I hear a lot of clicking that's taking place. So I just ask people if you could just mute your mic, please, in order for me to continue here so we can move the meeting along. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council via CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. City Clerk's IT staff will be available to help members with their devices. And of course, we know that we need their help immensely this morning. Just before I proceed, I just want to thank Andre for helping me get on because I was having a tremendous amount of difficulties as we are still having. Members, please keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or to speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their mics if they wish to question staff to speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their videos and to raise their hands to indicate their votes. And of course, we're having some challenges this morning, but we will proceed. Members, I also want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motion by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members attending today's meeting, and I know we have one, Councillor Ainsley, welcome. I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions, as well as to staff or to speak. This will also, with the clerk staff, to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations. The Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Members, are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interests. I'm just looking at the screen to see whether or not there's any members with any. All right, so next I need a motion to confirm the minutes of our last meeting, which was held on June 30th, 2021. Vice Chair Grimes, I see your hands up. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. Right, so members, let's proceed with a review of the agenda. We have 18 items on the agenda, and we also have one new business item, which is submitted by Councillor Ainsley. So I will do a run through of the agenda now. The first item is EC 24.1, commercial production during COVID-19, the pandemic impact on a unique sector of the city's economy. So I will hold that because we have speakers. The next item is EC 24.2, Economic Development and Cultural Division, 2021-2022 initiatives and patient from the Acting General Manager, Ms. Cheryl Blackman. I will hold that item as well. All right, moving right along. The next item is EC 24.3, the status support for the retail sector. What say you? Does anyone wish to hold or to move that item? I see Vice Chair Grimes' hands are up. Are you moving the item, Vice Chair Grimes?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, also move the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Oppose? That's carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. All right, moving right along to the next item. EC 24.4, 2 applications for the Imagination, Manufacturing, Innovation and Technology IMET Property Tax Incentive Program. I understand that there is 2 speakers on this item, so I will hold this item. Moving right along, the next item is the EC 24.5, proposed new film permit fees and amendment to City of Toronto's municipal code chapter 441, fees and changes. I'll hold that one down. I know it's fairly simple, but I'd like to ask staff just to give some general comments on this. So I'll hold that down for that purpose and ask staff, Marguerite, if you're there, just to prepare, just to have some comments on that for me, please. Okay, we're moving right along. The next item is EC 24.6, emerging entertainment areas outside of the downtown core. What say you, members?
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hold the item, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Lai, thank you. Councillor Lai is holding the item. I'll hold that in your name, Councillor Lai. The next item is EC 24.7, change to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. What say you, members?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Chair Grimes are moving the item. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. All right, the next item is EC 24.8, 2021 first and second quarter status report and audit recommendations, opening doors to stable housing. I'm going to hold that item. All right, moving right along. The next item is EC 24.9, Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan. We have speakers on that item, so I will hold that item. And then the next item is EC 24.10, review of the community space tenancy and granting requests for parents engaged in education. There are speakers on that item, so I will hold that one as well. And the next item is EC 24.11, review of a community space tenancy and granting requests for 5 and 2 kitchens in Scarborough Southeast. We also have a speaker on this item as well, so I'll be holding that up. Moving along to the next item, which is EC 24.12, Dawes Road Library and Community Hub Development. We have a speaker on that item, so I will hold. The next item is EC 24.13, Toronto Fire Services, Operational Service Delivery Model. Speaker on that item, so I will hold it. The next item is EC 24.14, Toronto Fire Services, Fire Service level enhancement regarding assisting fire safety and assessing fire safety and fire code compliance. What say you, members?
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Ford is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Moving right along to the next item, EC 24.15, amendment to the non-competitive purchase order 6050151 with Natus Canada Corp for supply and delivery of Madsen Accurscreen and related products and maintenance services to administer hearing screens for infant hearing program. What say you, members?
Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Grimes is actually moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, moving right along to the next item, EC 24.16, amendment to blanket contracts 47020940, 47020934, and 47020935 issued to 911 Interpreters, Inc. for the provision of over-the-telephone interpretation services. What say you, members?
Staff recommendation, please, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lai?
Yes, I move staff
Okay,
recommendation.
moving the item. Okay. All right, Councillor Lai is moving the item. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. All those in favor? Okay, I can't see hands. All those opposed, that's carried. Thank you. All right, the next item is EC 24.17, non-competitive contract with Crestline Coach Limited for the provision of a Ministry of Health certified multi-patient ambulance for Toronto Paramedic Services. What say you, members?
So move, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to staff for the briefing.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair Grimes. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, the next item is EC 24.18, amendment to non-competitive purchase order 6045009 with Baramic Creative Business Products Limited for the provision of servicing parts and maintenance of specialized dispatch console for Toronto Paramedic Services. What say you, members?
So move, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to staff for the briefing again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. That item has been approved. All right. So we now come to the new business item that comes from Councillor Ainsley. So we're at EC 24.9. That would be 19. That would be the item. Motion. I'd like to add this to the agenda under new business. All those in favor of adding the item? I can't see any hands. I'm assuming that everyone is actually has their hands up. Okay. All right. Thank you. I can see the hands now. All right. So this item has been added as an item of new business. I don't know whether or not members have read it already and wish to basically deal with it now, or we can just hold it and we can come back to it a little bit later on.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move it on behalf of Councillor Ainsley. If you just maybe give us a 30-second briefing what it's about, I'd be happy to move it on Paul's behalf.
Steve, would you just take 30 seconds as Vice Chair Grimes has suggested?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you to the members of the committee, Councillor Grimes, for moving this item on my behalf. So in a nutshell, basically, when we have heat alerts in the City of Toronto, they're dealt with by the Office of Emergency Management. They do it in consideration of the temperature guidelines or forecasts that are issued by the federal government. And I've just found that in particular in the past year, when they have been issued, there's a lag time that when waiting on the federal government to verify the temperature that we already know. So what I'm doing is I'm asking for a review. We wait on the federal government for a lot of things, waiting on them for guidance on when we can open our heating centers during a heat wave. I think needs to be looked at and reviewed and possibly changed. And I thank the members of the committee for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. You've heard the explanation from Councillor Ainsley. It makes a whole lot of sense. What say you, members? All those in favor of the item? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The matter has been dealt with, Councillor Ainsley, and thank you very much for bringing this matter forward.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Welcome. All right, members, we're going back to the beginning. The first item on the agenda is a presentation, EC1, commercial productions during COVID-19 and the pandemic impact on a uniquely Toronto sector. We have a number of speakers on this particular item in the presentation. We have Sarah Brooks, Executive Director and Partner, School Editing. Tony DeMarco, Executive Producer, Redkey Free Society. Daniela Kapp, owner of Frank Content Inc. Josephine Nadarata, founding partner and co-owner Holiday United Group. And finally, we have Gigi Ralini, owner, partner, Film Inc. So you folks are here. I will turn the item over to you for your presentation. I understand you have a short video that you wish to present. So over to you folks, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that introduction, Councillor Thompson. My name is Josephina Nadarata, and I am joined by my 4 colleagues, Sarah, Danielle, Tony, and Gigi. And together we serve as volunteer board members for the Association of Canadian Commercial Production, or the ACCP. Thank you so much for inviting us to present to the Economic and Community Development Committee. We want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to listen to a brief presentation this morning. And I want to give an extra big thank you to Councillor Thompson, who we've had the pleasure of speaking with in the past. So thank you. Next slide, please. Gigi, I believe this is your section.
My apologies, I was on mute. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Thanks for having us. My name is Gigi Rialini. I'm the owner of Partners Film in Toronto. The ACCP represents a significant, distinctly Toronto sector. We consist of about 56 small and medium-sized commercial production companies who make screen-based advertisements for TV, cinema, and online. Almost all of our members are located right here in Toronto. Until last year, we were called the Commercial Production Association of Toronto, but because we represent more than 80% of the Canadian industry, we changed our association name to something more nationally appropriate, hence the ACCP. But there's no escaping it. We are a very proudly Toronto-based association. Our sector generates a significant amount of economic activity, an estimated 510 million annually, and we employ more than 5,700 people full-time. When you expand the lens to include the advertising ecosystem, our economic impact on the Toronto economy is closer to $750 million. Our sector produces work not only regionally and nationally, but outside Canada as well. More importantly, we take in business not only locally and nationally, but internationally as well. Toronto is now considered a major hub for international media production around the world. It's also worth noting too that our work is done outside the film and TV tax benefit apparatus. We are entirely dependent on client funding. We're hired directly by the advertiser or the agency that represents them. Next slide, please. We are a very nimble industry, taking an idea from inception to completion in about 1 month. That includes assembling the personnel and the entire infrastructure for a shoot. Although we're thought of as a creative industry, the truth is we're extremely entrepreneurial. Commercial production is quite different. It's a quite different beast than film and TV production, which you've probably heard a lot about. We are much more likely to shoot in the community than in a studio. That means we're in neighborhoods across the city every day of the year. And to give you an idea of what the average shoot looks like for our industry, more often than not, it's finished in 2 days, sometimes less. We employ about 75 people per shoot. We're made up of cameramen, grips, electrics, stylists, art department personnel, location and production personnel, not to mention countless ACTRA artists as well. We use between 10 and 15 trucks that make up our film unit. Next slide, please. At this point, we'd like to play you a short montage of some of the work we've produced. We're very proud of this work, so enjoy. Next slide, please. There we go. Sorry about the volume on that. I think there were some volumes, some of the computers not muted, so I think it affected the audio. So maybe we can have a review that on their own time. In any case, moving on. At this point, it would be very helpful to marry two ideas. First, we spent a lot of money. The average commercial shoot has a budget of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some shoots deal in millions. Second, we do our work exclusively in communities across the city, rather than tucked away in large sets built inside studios or sound stages or warehouses like the feature and TV industry. As a result, we have a significant positive economic impact in the communities where we shoot, beyond the obvious benefit of the employment. We rent a range of locations, including houses, community centers, churches, schools, offices, and more. We support businesses by renting their spaces to feature as background locations in commercials. We buy food from local restaurants, coffee from local coffee shops, bread from local bakers, and the list goes on. We provide the community with co-op placement, mentorship opportunities, and hire many of the graduates from film and degree programs from local colleges. As well, we have implemented many diversity and inclusivity initiatives, including a dedicated committee for such at the ACCP. We rent thousands of local hotel rooms every year, mainly for specialized crew and artists who fly into the city to work. We also rent parks, beaches, community centers, and libraries. We spend a good deal of our budgets on road permits and police. Last full year of production, we pulled 1,150 permits from the Toronto Film Office. Our activity causes a lot of logistical work, a ton of planning and interaction with the city. So it's worth mentioning that the folks we deal with at City Hall, Bobby Donchis and his team at the Toronto Permitting Film and Television Office, who I see are on the call, are really good at helping facilitate our work. They are first-class professionals, by the way, and if any of them are listening, we want to send out a big thank you. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. So our work is important. As Gigi mentioned earlier, we're an entrepreneurial sector. Not only is our work important, but it's also essential. And for years, we've gone about our business without creating a lot of noise or doing much self-promotion. When COVID hit, we were unfortunately deemed a non-essential workplace, and that was a wrong decision from our perspective. There's never been a time when our work was needed more than spring 2020, when the world was thrown into the chaos of COVID-19. We're the last stop in the communication supply chain. As such, we're responsible for getting out some of the most essential messages, essential messaging you can imagine. including public service announcements related to issues like public health, mental health and addiction, domestic violence, and shopping locally. Unfortunately for us, Quebec and British Columbia allowed commercial production to continue while we were shut down. And these decisions cost approximately $100 million worth of business to leave Ontario. In reality, most of that money left Toronto and flowed into Quebec and BC instead. And some of that work still hasn't returned. So that concludes our presentation. We open it up to any questions at this time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Members?
Just to back up a little bit, we've got one more slide that we want to go through.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
Into some
Go ahead,
questions.
please.
Sorry, it's an important one.
Okay.
It just brings us to our appearance here today. So if we can go to the next slide, please. What we want. The fact that government, and we appreciate it was another level of government, could make a decision to shut down the folks who produce essential messaging is a mistake. And we can't let that happen again. When that happened, we realized that we may not have been on the decision makers' radars. Some people have referred to our sector as Toronto's best kept secret, but we don't want to be a secret any longer. So we want to make an offer to get more involved. Already, it looks like we'll have members on the film committee subgroups. And when the time is right, we'd like to be represented full-time on the film committee as well. We want decision makers like you to have us in your thoughts as you plan the city's economic future. Or in the case of the first lockdown, which we know wasn't your decision, to have our backs. With that in mind, finally, I want to thank you for your time and let you know that we'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Gigi. And I can't see the screen, so I'm just waiting to see. Members, we have just had a very fantastic presentation by the commercial production group here. Wondering, do you have questions? Just looking at the screen, seeing no members. Well, let me just ask. I know, Gigi, the last point that you just made in terms of recognition and so on, and you mentioned in your presentation, you folks seem to have been the best kept secret. And I think based on, the numbers that you have mentioned between 510 to 750 $million, that's a lot of dollars and a lot of impact in communities, as you've pointed out, and so on. And you employ some 5,700 people. And that's a lot of people being employed in a very active, productive, and obviously an industry that's doing well. You've said that you want to ensure that your group is recognized. What's the issue prior in terms of not being recognized? Is it just you folks have just been so busy, have not been actively engaged, and so on? What do you think was the challenge for you?
I think the challenge about recognition is that our sector has typically been sort of lumped into the larger film and TV sector. And therefore, what happens to them happens to us. But I think that the nuance between the two sectors is something that not very many people understand. They hear film and TV and production, and they think of movies and series and entertainment. Whereas our sector is a little different than that. It's the advertising and communication sector, and we operate in a significantly different way than they do in terms of our community impact, in terms of our messaging, in terms of our service to the community from a communication standpoint. So, when we talk about being recognized as a sort of distinct sector, we're talking about distinct from film and TV in the sense that we are an essential service. We're not entertainment. We're not, Big Brother or whatever these shows are. We are, government communication. We are, commerce communication, community messaging, outreach programs. We're integral information communication sector that I think should be viewed differently than the entertainment sector, which is the larger film and TV sector. So that's what we're talking about when we haven't really been on the radar until now, because we've kind of been okay with being lumped in with film and TV because we never encountered a situation where they shut down that industry because of the pandemic. Right. So that's why we're essentially here today.
Excellent. May I then just ask you another question, and anyone can answer. In the film and television sector, we at the City of Toronto and some of the unions and so on are working with the BIPOC community to ensure that we get more of these young people who are interested in the sector. I'm just wondering, is there a way for young people to get introduced into your sector? Is there a plan, or how do they get involved? Is it something folks would entertain, as we have basically a blueprint in terms of how we're working with the film and television sector? And I know you've indicated the differences and so on, but nonetheless, it's, as you point out, maybe using some of the same type of talent and expertise, film folks behind a camera, grip and others and so on, but some of these young people are interested. Just wondering whether or not there is a way, and how do young people get involved in your sector?
We've actually put together a dedicated group of people within ACCP to work on inclusivity and diversity programs. We're also working with the Canadian Advertising Association as well, in an effort to engage our advertising agency partners to help us create opportunities for BIPOC and diverse young talent. Many of us have mentorship programs as independent providers as well. We work with the schools at the college level, and we are crafting programs so that we can create more opportunity within our community, and opportunity for full-time employment. So there's expectation that through our mentorship programs, we'll have people developing careers in our industry as well.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Just seeing whether or not any members. Councillor Lai to question. Go ahead, please. And maybe I just ask the clerk to put the timer on, please. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Lai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that my question arises from your question about how I heard Sarah was saying something about the diversity and inclusiveness of the sector. I'm just wondering if there's any outreach or are you reaching out to the ethnic people, like to the ethnic community in the in your sector, and if so, how are you doing it?
To be honest, it's a challenging problem. We have people within our who have created websites and places where diverse candidates can put their information and make themselves accessible to the industry. So there are individual initiatives. As a group for ACCP, our goal is to engage our clients in opening their minds and their wallets, frankly, to help us grow this young talent. So we are doing things on an individual basis and creating communication with existing foundations that can give us access to a diverse talent pool. And again, mentorship programs through universities and colleges as well.
Just to add to that, one of our membership initiatives is POV, which is where they go out and they find people from marginalized communities and they give them a shot in film. It's not just to try to make people directors, but they also give them shots to be production assistants, and they train them to start at the bottom, and then we take those folks and we help mentor them through the community and help them grow. So we're all very active in this initiative. It's really near and dear to our heart, and pretty much every association meeting, a chunk of it is dedicated to how do we grow that sector of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai, and thank you. I'm just going to open this now for questions of staff. I just wondered whether or not any members of committee have questions of staff, and I'm looking at the screen. I see none, but oh, Michael, Councillor Ford, thank you. I see your hand just came up. Questions of staff, Councillor Ford?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this question could have been for the presenters or staff, and I'll direct it to staff. In the presentation...
Can I just interrupt you for a second?
Absolutely.
May I suggest you do both? ask the presenters as well and then refer that to staff so we get a balance in terms of how they'd respond. This is just a suggestion. You may just simply move it to staff, but I think the presenters are such terrific and amazing people about their industry. They, I'm sure, can share their insight based on your question. So that's just a suggestion to you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the leniency. I will take that because I probably would like to hear two responses to this. So within the City of Toronto, we have a regulatory framework, which was kind of mentioned by the presenters in terms of permit fees, road closures, stuff like that, that they would have to do to shoot a commercial on the streets of Toronto or in a park. What does that look like for the commercial industry? And then I guess second to that would be, how does that compare to other municipalities across the country? Open to both to answer.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So good morning, and through the chair, we had an opportunity to meet with the association, and it was a really fantastic discussion. And I'm going to throw to our film commissioner, Marguerite Pigott, to be able to respond to that question. Thank you.
So we're trying to get Ms. Pigott connected, so just bear with us, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Ford, related to the services that are needed for productions in the City of Toronto in terms of getting permits for locations, for road closures, for parks and so on, those all go through the film office and they're treated the same in terms of film and television series and feature film versus commercial production, if that answers your question. Your question was multi-part. I'm not sure what you were.
It does, yes. No, I understand it goes through the film office, so thank you for that. But what do the fees look like to shoot a regular commercial?
So right now there are no fees for film permits, and that is an item that's going to come up for discussion later on in this meeting in a separate staff report.
All right, thank you.
I would say that we do pay for parking on streets though. So when we're neighborhoods, there are no permit fees, but we do pay for a substantial amount of parking on large streets if we're taking up a unit on Queen Street. And I would say that that's ubiquitous across all the permits or places we pull permits locally. We shoot a vast majority of our spots in Toronto, but in Mississauga and Brampton, it is very much the same.
Right, okay, thank you. And then I guess same thing, if you need Toronto Police to do pay duty, you would pay for that. But other than that, it's pretty comparable across other municipalities?
I would say across the country, it's pretty comparable. Later, I know later they'll be bringing up the new fees for Toronto. That will be just Toronto-centric, to be honest. But I did see the stuff come out from Bobby in the summertime, and I don't think the fees are onerous.
Okay. I guess I'll just take one more question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you, because I couldn't unmute myself.
Oh, anyway, and Mr. Chair, if I could do one more question for the association. You mentioned the hardships of COVID-19 and having the sector shut down. Definitely understand how that could be extremely challenging. So you're doing advocacy here in the City of Toronto, which is great. And I, for one, welcome you here and love the presentation. Are you doing the same for at the provincial level and or the federal level and growing that your industry's advocacy and reputation there?
Yes, we are actively trying to get our word out. As Gigi mentioned during the presentation, we're largely an unnoticed group, and that's because we're an advocacy group for best practices for the most part. The pandemic did open our eyes to the fact that we're not known, and we are actively trying to change that in order to make sure that we're in the conversation.
Okay, Thank you very much, Mr. DeMarco.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Just a question for staff and I guess to Ms. Pigott. Can you maybe just give us an overview in terms of the concerns that the group, your role as film commissioner, and obviously the larger film sector? How do we propose in terms of bringing the commercial production group into the family in order to ensure advocacy and in order to ensure that there's room at the table to ensure that their concerns, which could be, as I think it's been suggested, are quite somewhat different from the large film, this film sector. I'm just wondering whether or not you have a bit of a game plan.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. And yes, we do. We've already had the good fortune of meeting with members of the association multiple times. As you know, the Film Board is constituted every 4 years. So we're not in a position to add anyone from the association to the Film Board at this point in time. But let me just, first of all, make the point how much we value their business and their presence here in Toronto. It is a big business for us. We value it enormously. And what we can do in the interim before the Film Board is reconstituted for the next time is we have a number of informal working groups that we pull together from Film Board members, from industry members to deal with specific issues or series of issues in the industry. And we're already working with the ACCP to ensure that they have membership in those groups so their voice will be heard. So we really appreciate them coming forward, being more present to us because that's going to allow us to be more present to them.
Thank you very much. A question for you, I believe, Councillor Grimes. Vice Chair Grimes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll ask the ACCP first. So when you were not considered essential during the pandemic, who were you reaching out to get them to understand that you were essential during the pandemic? And I probably went on deaf ears, but who were you reaching out to trying to say, hey, listen, we are essential during the pandemic?
We engaged with Lee Greenberg, who's on this call with us, to help us open the doors. And we originally reached out to the small business, Pradney Sikaria, Minister Sikaria, and his, because it was red tape reduction and small businesses, because we felt we fit in there quite well. From there, we reached out to just various levels of the provincial government. We are now starting to engage with the city.
And they kind of went on deaf ears when you were reaching out to them?
Sympathetic, but deaf ears for sure.
Okay.
A large part of our spend is here in Toronto, so we figured that it is good to start to engage in the conversation with you folks. As part of our presentation mentioned, most of the work went to Quebec, and we saw similar things happen in 2008 during SARS when Calgary got discovered, and a lot of work went to Calgary then, just like a lot of work started to go to Quebec right away because they deemed messaging separate from the larger entertainment. So it was mostly for government messaging, but it's also for the banks to say, hey, your money's safe. So a lot of our clients who are the large advertising agencies of Toronto, they started to look to Quebec where they were allowed to film, and a lot of the work went there. And you could see, selfishly, I'm going to say it suffered because the quality is better here in Toronto, but there was a lot of loss economically to the city, and the people there benefited, the crews there benefited. And now that they've had a taste of that, they're continuing to look to that province.
Yeah, and Councillor Ford asked my question. You are reaching out to provincial and federal governments. You're going to be doing the same thing with them. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That was my question. Questions of staff. So during the pandemic, I know we had a lot of the city of Toronto, and I think the province did, and the federal government. They're all, to reach to the public and get the messaging out. Who would reach out when the city of Toronto wants to put an ad out to get the public message out? Would it not be these people reaching out? How do we get those messages out? Who's doing that during the pandemic for us?
Through the chair, I'm going to turn to Marguerite Pigott, our film commissioner, to speak on this one.
In terms of who handles advertising for the city, Councillor Grimes, speaking specifically to EDC, that is our marketing department that handles messaging for the city. So throughout the pandemic, strategic communications, working with EDC communications, handled messaging through the city.
Okay, so I think Marguerite, I saw some commercials during the pandemic. I'm sure I did. Who would we be using? Would we not be using the ACCP? Who would our marketing people be using to put this production together? It wouldn't be our own people, correct?
In terms of us filming commercials, no,
Yes.
that's not something that happens with city staff. They would be using third parties. Marketing would have to speak to that, Councillor Grimes. That would be their purview.
And they're probably not on the call, correct?
I do not.
Through the
Cheryl?
Through the chair, Councillor Grimes, what we can do is do a follow-up with you just to clarify what that looks like from the point of view of the city, if that's okay with you, Councillor.
I'd just like to know, if we can't use the ACCP, and who do we use when it's not deemed essential? Obviously, someone's deeming this essential to get the messaging out. So I just wonder who we were using on that when we can't use the ACCP. Who do we use, and when it's not not deemed essential? Anyway, those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Grimes. And I suspect that we probably will hear from Stratcom at some point, because obviously they would be the ones who have the lead on behalf of the larger city interests and concerns in terms of public safety and PSAs and things like that. So thank you very much for that. Speakers, any members wishing to speak to the presentation? I'm looking at the screen. And again, I just want to advise and apologize for those who may have come on to the live stream momentarily or a short time ago and are hearing my voice but not seeing me. I'm having challenge with respect to the video. Staff have advised that I should keep the video off in order to allow the mic and my voice to be heard. Apparently my voice is much more important than my pretty face. At least I think I have a pretty face. There's supposed to be a joke in there, but let's have some lovely opportunity to have fun since we're having such challenges with the equipment today, because this is not the end of it. It's just the beginning. So I don't see any speakers. I would just like to thank the group for the opportunity to, first of all, to have met occasions during the very challenging period of the pandemic, and particularly when your industry was shut down. Myself and our staff team have obviously recognized your importance, and members of committee today, and I would say Torontonians who are watching this and who will see this, the YouTube video moving forward, have heard you. And I'm pleased that you're here with respect to your advocacy. I'm pleased with the plan. I'm pleased that our film commissioner has also met with you and team and have indicated a willingness to work with you in order to ensure that you're part of our family, because this is really what it's all about. And I'm very pleased to hear about the work that you're doing in the community benefits, and so on. The advocacy started some time ago, and it will only build on that and so on. And I know you folks are terrific in terms of communicating on behalf of the 5,700 people who work in your sector and your industry. Part of what I'm hearing you're saying is that, look, let's protect the opportunity. Let's protect the economic vitality of your industry. Let's ensure that we can keep the jobs here. We can keep the productions here. We are the center of the film universe in Toronto, across the country. And I will say that, and I will stick to that, and I will stand on top of the CN Tower in order to loud that out in terms of the professionalism and all that happens here. We want you to know that we do care, and we are going to work with you as part of our process. Ms. Blackman, who is the acting general manager, is ensuring that. Ms. Piggott and her team recognize that you're here. We at committee recognize you're here as well. So we want to for your presentation today. Look forward to continuing to working with you. And who knows, maybe someday you'll do a PSA for Councillor Grimes and let him understand how effective you are. You'll do one for Councillor Lai, Councillor Ford, myself, and other members, because we also want to reach out to our communities. We want to reach out to the diverse, the BIPOC community, and so on. And I'm very pleased to hear about your plan with respect to ensuring that those young people who are interested in your industry have a pathway to that. So I want to thank you very much for your presentation again. And this is just the beginning. I look forward to working with you Our team is here, ready, willing, and able, and I wish you well in your continued efforts to expand your reach, as well as to ensure the recognition that people know that you're here. You're all very talented. The work that you do is just absolutely amazing. We've seen a little snippet of it this morning, and it continues. So I thank you again for being with us today, and I'd like to move receipt of the presentation. All those in favor, opposed, carries. Thank you very much, and have a good day, and look forward to seeing you in the very near future. All the best. All right, members, moving to the next item, which is EC 24.2, Economic Development and Culture Division 2021-2022 Initiatives and Priorities. Ms. Blackman, you have the floor. Ms. Blackman is the Interim General Manager for Economic Development and Culture. Ms. Blackman, you have the floor.
So, good morning, Deputy Mayor and Committee, and thank you again for this invitation to be here to do an update. I'm just going to wait for the PowerPoint to come up on the screen, which should be any moment, and then we'll get started.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Ben McIntosh. If you could please grant me the share screen access.
Thanks very much, Ben. And again, good morning, and thank you for having us here. The team in Economic Development and Culture will be coming periodically to this committee to do updates. So this is a first update of hopefully quite a few to come. Next slide, please. As part of my update this morning, I'm going to quickly provide some background information on the division. I'm going to point out some of our strategic foundations and the way that those foundations are guiding our work plan. And I'm going to focus on the EDC priority areas for 2021 and 2022. And hopefully we'll have some time for questions at the end. Next slide. So I know this committee is quite familiar with what Economic Development and Culture Division does, but just for anybody on YouTube, I wanted to make sure that everybody understands that Economic Development and Culture Division is made up of 5 sections. 4 of those sections are public facing, as indicated on the slide. They include business growth services, the film and entertainment industries, as we heard in our earlier item, arts and culture services, museum and heritage services. And ultimately in our areas, what we're really aiming to do is make sure that the City of Toronto, through business and our culture, are thriving. And during the pandemic, we've been deeply involved with our stakeholders, our BIAs, working closely with partners like the Financial District Pilot Zone and the Toronto Region Board of Trade, Destinations Toronto, all of these different stakeholders in universities and colleges to make sure that we are really hearing the needs of Torontonians. And more recently, we've launched an aviation working group that is also working with Billy Bishop Airport to also make sure that we're really understanding the ecosystem involved in getting all of our facets of the economy back and operating. Next slide. So prior to the onset of COVID-19 and the pandemic, our division was working on the focus of 2 documents. We were looking at the city's corporate strategic plan, and we were also working through our divisional strategic plan, which has a time span from 2018 to 2022. So as we move into the next year, we will be looking at refreshing our strategic vision beyond 2022, along with the strategic plan of the city. So while we have been informed by these different documents, during the pandemic, some very important work was created, and that work was focused on outcomes that were brought to bear through the Toronto Office of Rebuild and Recovery Report, or the TOR report as we call it, and the Build Back Stronger report. This committee will recall that the report of the City of Toronto's Economic and Culture Advisory Group, which was made up of distinguished community, political, and business leaders, was considered by Toronto City Council at its meeting on December 16th. And Council adopted a recommendation that directed that the report be forwarded to the city manager to review and implement the findings of that report as part of our COVID-19 recovery efforts. The team in Economic Development and Culture then have really taken those findings seriously, and under the 4 themes that are organized in the report, EDC is now very focused on 4 things, and I'll just point those 4 things out. The first thing is that we aim to deliver strategic actions to help business reopen, expand, and thrive. It is particularly important to us to do that, and to do that safely, considering the risk of infection. The second thing, We want to develop specific interventions that make meaningful structural change and ensure that Black, Indigenous, and equity-deserving groups have better access to the city's economic and cultural benefits and opportunities. The third thing, we want to develop collaborative approaches to workforce development and skills training to make Toronto talent among the most competitive in the world. And we're working closely with our colleagues across the city who have responsibility for workforce development, including SDFA and TESS. And the last thing is we want to advance priorities around supports to arts and culture, one of the hardest hit segments of the economy, and really want to empower this idea of diverse creative expression. Next slide, please. So for EDC, equity has become our backbone, and we truly recognize that prosperity and equity are linked. And the division has developed an equity plan that includes the 7 goals that you're seeing listed on the screen and 38 actions that are not listed. The goals of this plan are really to focus largely on how, with whom, and for whom we provide services and opportunities. It's important for me just to highlight that, in doing our work, we want to increase diversity in EDC's workforce, advisory bodies, and suppliers. We want to integrate equity and diversity into EDC spaces and programming, and we want to reach and engage Indigenous and equity-deserving communities and underserved neighborhoods. Again, because these are the folks who are hardest hit as we've learned through the pandemic. Next slide. EDC has a determined focus on just understanding that, in light of all the devastation that's come out of COVID-19, and in particular the impacts on Toronto's economy, that there are communities that have been disadvantaged deeply by COVID-19. In our 2021 and 2022 plan, we will be focusing on supporting inclusive economic and cultural recovery. The pandemic has had serious impacts on certain groups of workers and certain types of businesses and cultural industries. And for example, we all are aware of the impacts that are happening within the restaurant sector, the personal care services, and many small retail businesses who've had extensive closure and a great deal of uncertainty. And our team has been working closely to try to support these sectors through the pandemic. Tourism, accommodation, and hospitality have also been hard hit, and other sectors in the arts areas like live music venues, theaters, and dance studios are also recovering at a slower pace than other business sectors. And we anticipate that those will be also the ones to be reopening fully the latest as a result of the hardship they've experienced just regarding the different levels of permissions to open and operate your business. In addition to focusing on safe reopening, the EDC priority for 2021 and 2022 and beyond will be focusing on inclusive economic and cultural recovery. And you might ask yourself, why is that our focus? It's because economic growth without an intentional focus on equity is not really full prosperity. It's not sustainable, and it's going to leave our communities vulnerable to future economic shocks. So building back better has to mean driving equity. It has to mean understanding that equity and prosperity are linked, and our team has really brought that focus to bear in the work that we're going to be doing through 2021 and into 2022. So the 4 focus areas outlined in our divisional strategy, they're still as relevant as ever. And as we're moving forward to build back stronger, we will be ensuring that we are really focusing on aligning our thinking in EDC with the thinking of the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild report, and more importantly, the Build Back Stronger report that was adopted by Council in December of 2020. Next slide. Next slide. So we're going to be looking in speaking about the 2021 and 2022 priorities in EDC. And the first thing I want to point out on the slide is just the way the slide is structured. The slide looks at the why, the what, and the how. And it's important for us to really reflect on the idea that for arts and culture services, we want to ensure that we have a vibrant city that's alive and really bursting with the culture that Toronto is known for. And we're strengthening our relationships with the city through the work we do with Artworks TO, and of course, the recent work you've seen through the Show Love TO launch and the public art strategy. And we're going to continue to support festivals and events throughout the city. Our focus will remain being on ensuring that there's equity in culture through the programs that we develop that really do bring to bear this idea of accessible space and funding. And we're improving our sector sustainability and talent development through this idea of institutional renewal. So we are right now sitting with many of the organizations that we fund, and we're talking about the ways that equity will move through our funding formulas, our relationships, and the way that we support and work in partnership with communities as we all build towards recovery. Next slide. With regards to business growth services, an area that has had a tremendous amount of effort and work to support local Main Street operators, we are focused on improving industry competitiveness by supporting entrepreneurs. We have our 85 BIAs, the largest BIA network in North America, as you would know, and our staff have been working tirelessly to provide information and assistance and high growth sectors. We are also looking to combat economic disparities across Toronto by supporting place-based community economic development and supporting retail and Main Street business, as you would have seen from our retail report that was adopted earlier in the meeting. And for the public service innovation and excellence that we are promoting through our work, we're developing and refreshing our strategies and policy frameworks and managing existing frameworks that are in development and our partnerships that are growing at a very rapid rate. And of course, you would have also seen our recent relationship with FedDev and our $18 million of funding that will really drive this idea of building back stronger and working in partnership with small businesses to bring programs to the street that are going to really affect a change and a recovery. And you'll see on the slide initiatives and focuses in areas like Little Jamaica, Eglinton West, Mount Dennis, and the Golden Mile. You'll also notice that we are focusing on international alliance programming and just really getting ourselves back into that clear messaging that Toronto is open for business. Next slide. So we've had the pleasure of hearing from our film commissioner, Marguerite Pigott, who leads the film and entertainment industry section of our division. Marguerite's team is working very hard to develop new strategies for key sectors such as music, tourism, and interactive digital media. What you're seeing in the film and entertainment section is workforce and talent development programs that are really going to capitalize on Toronto as a creative city, address our inequities, and contribute to rebuilding. And I think just our earlier presentation also underscored that the Film and Entertainment Office is very much a listening office and working closely with community partners to make sure that the city's unique tools are protected and that we're growing Toronto's creative infrastructure to support recovery across the city. We ultimately are using culture and our main streets to anchor recovery and to ensure that we're helping Torontonians feel joy through the Show Love TO program that launched in Little Jamaica in the last weeks. And we truly do understand that showing love to all of our neighborhoods is an integral part of our recovery and rebuild, and the Show Love initiative will be part of that success. Next slide. In our Museums and Heritage Services unit, we are focusing on operational excellence through this understanding that we have over 100 assets that we have to conserve, and we also have to manage our budget effectively in order to make sure that the 10 city-owned and operated museum sites are really serving Torontonians to the best of their ability. We want to increase the awareness of our museums through expanded partnerships and digitization. Love that word. And ultimately, during the pandemic, we saw that the museum's products really came online and became available digitally for the first time, and had a new reach to a new audience that had not yet understood the impact and the power of our Awakenings programming and initiative. We want to ensure equity and culture by providing accessible spaces, creating partnerships with diverse communities, advancing food security, and providing accessible funding to Black, Indigenous, and people of color artists as well. And we've had some incredible success working with Indigenous community colleagues using the Fort York National Historic Site Kitchen to provide over 600 meals to community members during the pandemic, and really just kind of being part of supporting community in real time and in a real way. So we want to continue to support families by providing museum programming online and really in this adaptive way in person as we begin to understand how to work with our new realities in our spaces that have been reopening. Next slide. So in 2022, EDC will continue its core work to ensure that Toronto is a place where business is thriving. We will focus on communities, and we're going to bring to bear this idea of advancing inclusive business and cultural recovery efforts. And this is a real shift in the way that we are thinking about the way that we do our work. We are very clear that we have work to do outside of the core as much as in the core to make sure that across the city there is this equitable approach to making sure that services and supports are available. So we're going to implement and expand place-based community economic development projects. We are implementing grant reform to ensure public funding is equitably distributed to those in business and the cultural sector and those who need the support the most. We will be part of advocacy for enhanced support for other orders of government for business and cultural sector recovery. And ultimately, what we're aiming to do is continue to implement EDC's equity plan to ensure equitable access to economic and cultural opportunities while we renew strategic and policy guidance through the development of a new 5-year divisional strategy. So we're also at the midpoint of the Toronto Public Service Week, and I just want to take a moment to thank the team in EDC who've been working tirelessly with our community partners, with community members, with council, with other orders of government in their efforts to ensure that we are at the front of making sure that every opportunity that allows us to build back better, to build back stronger is realized. We are really wanting to be an active partner with this committee and all of the councillors in the City of Toronto, just to ensure that, you know, as we are building back stronger, we're hearing from you regarding what your constituents want and need, and we're working closely with our BIAs and that network to ensure that we are supporting Main Street and the rebuild and recovery. So with that, I would like to turn to the committee for questions, and thank you for the opportunity to provide you this update and look forward to providing a future update at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Blackman. Members of committee, questions of staff. We're starting with non-members. Councillor Ainsley first, please, and then Councillor Lai, member of committee.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Ms. Blackman, could you comment a bit about BIAs? And first off, I want to thank you for the presentation and all the work that your staff do across a number of different areas. I'm very excited, for example, looking forward to the opening of the Clark Center for the Arts in the Gill Park and Gardens. I did want to ask about BIAs and how they're formed and created. The Scarborough, for example, has 3 BIAs. We have a quarter of the population in Toronto, a very large, vibrant business community. The Scarborough Business Association is very active. So I'm kind of interested in how BIAs get created. In the slide deck, it says specialized investments in BIA capacity building in distressed areas. And as I said, we have 3 BIAs, but we haven't had a BIA created in Toronto in, I don't know, very long time. I think the last one was on Shepherd in Councillor Lai's area. So I think there's a lot of interest there in capacity, but I don't understand why we're not getting more BIAs created in Scarborough. If you could comment on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Ainsley. Certainly, as I mentioned earlier, Toronto does have the largest BIA network in North America with 85 BIAs. The idea of forming a BIA, though, is quite dependent on businesses coming forward and expressing an interest. And those are often led by a few key individuals. So we are very focused on getting boots on the ground with our BIA teams just to make sure that we are understanding where the needs are. So if in your neighborhood you are aware of business leaders or other folks who might have an interest in creating a BIA, we would be very happy through David Hessels, our manager for BIAs, to speak with them and to certainly support them. And so we do believe that the newest BIA in the network is the one that was formed in Willowdale on Yonge Street. So we certainly want to make sure that, you know, as we are thinking about the City of Toronto and rebuild and recovery, if there are key leaders who want to step forward, we would then do a poll of the local businesses and the tenants just to also understand their interests and then support them in actually creating that BIA.
And so for example, in my ward, I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas. I have, many businesses. I'll refer to them as mom and pop businesses. They're small businesses. But I don't recall the last time I was contacted by anybody that said, I had some outreach from the City of Toronto's Business Improvement Office about starting a BIA. Can you help us, Councillor? Like, how many staff do you have proactively working, Ms. Blackman, on BIAs in Scarborough?
So in terms through the chair, Councillor Ainsley, I will check with the team, and Tobias Novogradsky is our director of business growth services. And I think what I'm hearing really clearly from you is that we do need to do a follow-up with you and all the councillors in the Scarborough area, and probably all the councillors in the city, just to make sure that folks understand that we are available to support if there is an expressed interest. And I think there is an opportunity for us to do some solicitation of interest as well, and we'll take that away as one of our actions, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, and then my last question, Chair Thompson. Ms. Blackman, so is there a database available if I said to you, for example, once again in my ward on Lawrence Avenue or the Lawrence and Markham area, that I have an interest of business owners that want to start a BIA? Can your staff literally press a button and churn out a list of business contacts for me to do that outreach in that area?
So through the chair, Councillor Ainsley, I'm not aware of a database that specifically speaks to what you've asked for. However, we do have a number of contacts, and folks are able to and are aware of some of the key business contacts in each of the wards across the city. So I know that we use a Salesforce tool, which is a existing database system, to support our relationship management across EDC and in particular in business growth services. So we are looking as a team at what are the tools that we can be putting in place to support these types of data mining exercises. So certainly what we can do as an immediate next step, Councillor Ainsley, is we can talk to you about who we believe are some of those key leaders in your ward. We can certainly then follow up and continue to have conversations with all of the councillors about what tools we can bring to bear as a division that will continue to support us in our efforts to understand and to bring together and aggregate the needs of communities so that we can reach out to folks in a more efficient manner.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blackman. Thank you, Chair Thompson.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Now take the matter into committee. Our next questioner is Councillor Lai. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl, it is a very, very comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much for all your work and your team. I do have a few questions. Actually, your presentation has answered most of my questions. Just wanted to build on Councillor Ainsley's question about BIAs. You said that we have 85 BIAs in Toronto. I just want to ask, are they all commercial or businesses BIAs? Do you have any industrial BIA that is happening in Toronto? I mean, including this 85 of them.
Right, so thank you for your question, Councillor Lai. So in terms of the BIA network, they are made up of Main Street operators, generally speaking. Certainly part of us right now is being aware that we do have relationships with other industrial business organizations as well. For example, the Duke Heights BIA has several industrial members, and certainly there are no limitations on who can be part of the membership of a BIA. So ultimately, if there are industrial operators who feel that they need to have some more information on the BIA network, we would be happy to provide that to you, Councillor Lai, and to the broader council team as well.
Yes, I think I would like to take on your offer on that one, because there are some pockets of the city that has a lot of industrial or employment area, so to speak, I think we have. And I have been approached by saying that, can they build a BIA? Because it will be a very good, it's a good network for them to kind of help each other and to, doing group stuff, mass contracts and all this and that. And I think maybe it's worth exploring into for that. And I would, if you wouldn't mind sharing me with some of this information about the industrial, how we can form an industrial BIA, that would be very helpful. And the other question I would have is about festivals and events. Do we have a budget on festival event now currently on the city's budget? And if so, how much is it?
So through the chair, Councillor Lai, I can actually verify the specifics of the budget in a follow-up. I don't have that information with me, unfortunately, at this particular point. We do carry a budget to support festivals and events, but usually that is in terms of supporting the major festival operators like the Festival Management Committee, the Toronto Carnival. Existing budget, and to make sure that if there's a particular festival event, just wanted to let you know that our budgets do cover both grants as well as events. And certainly through our Show Love TO initiative, we are very focused on local. And so through our festivals programming that's going to come to council for consideration in November, you will also see a focus on small festivals as well. But we would love to hear your input in advance of that to council.
Because I feel that they're very difficult to get. Yes, they're very difficult to ask for sponsorship, especially post-COVID. My last question will be about your renewed strategic plan. Are we expecting it to come forward very soon, or how are you working on that? Just in terms of timeline.
So thank you for your question through the chair, Councillor Lai. We are going to begin the work on our new strategic plan in 2022, early 2022. That will include consultation with councillors, with broader community. And it will certainly take direction from our new Deputy City Manager, Paul Johnson. And we will think about the ways that all of the things that we've been working on in our efforts to build back stronger are entrenched and embedded through this new lens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Any other members to question? Councillor Ford, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Blackman, for your presentation to committee today. I am going to actually go down the same road of thought as my colleagues. I think Councillor Ainsley ignited a good conversation on BIAs here. So in North Etobicoke, I've been working very hard with our a certain business community within my area to create a BIA. That area is made up more of hospitality, hotels, restaurants, and whatnot, who we know have been hardest hit by the pandemic. Coming out of the when the pandemic hit, we kind of hit the pause on creating a BIA, and we want to continue to go down that path. But I think there's two sides to the equation here. Obviously, we think BIAs are very helpful to businesses in the City of Toronto, but it also is an upfront cost, which I am also very mindful of when driving this process forward. And it being expensive, well, not expensive, but it's an additional cost to businesses that we want to be very careful with. What is your read on businesses in the city in terms of wanting to create BIAs right now? What has the COVID-19 pandemic done to that?
Right. So thank you for your question, Councillor Ford, and through the chair. I would say that we've had many conversations with BIAs during the pandemic, and certainly the conversations we've heard are ones of the importance and desire for us to understand the importance of what the BIA brings to bear, in particular with bringing the voice of community business owners to the city itself, and certainly the programs that we bring to community are well appreciated by business owners. I would like to actually invite Tobias Novogrodsky, our Director of Business World Services, to weigh in as well here, because there's a very clear effort from our team to make sure that we are really reviewing all 85 BIAs, especially with the way that the pandemic has been affecting Main Street. And so I'm hoping Tobias has a connection now.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. And it's a really important one because we know that the pandemic has had disproportionate impacts on businesses in different parts of the city. And as you said, Councillor, there is a cost to businesses wishing to participate in a BIA. In effect, they are choosing to levy a tax on themselves in order to pool resources that then gets matched up with some city resources to make investments in that community. And so that can be challenging at a time when businesses are already struggling to get back up on their feet in the wake of the pandemic. So it's something that we're certainly monitoring carefully and closely. And as our general manager mentioned in her presentation, we have been successful in securing some funding from the federal government through its Main Street Recovery and Rebuild initiative. And that will allow the city to work with smaller businesses in areas across the city, including in our suburban areas, to provide some supports in the here and now over the next 2.5 years, and hopefully also be able to demonstrate the benefits of co-investment in those neighborhoods. And that might make it more possible, both economically and symbolically, for businesses to make that important decision to choose to form a BIA, because it is a high hurdle for a number of businesses who haven't yet had the experience of being a part of a BIA to vote in favor of that self-assessment.
Absolutely, and thank you for that, Tobias, and that insight. Yeah, of course, I do think that is a challenge that we need to work through as a city and economic development particularly. And I look forward to, as we drive the BIA in North Etobicoke on crossing those bridges as they come up. And just my remaining one more question along the same train of thought here. In terms of supporting Toronto's hospitality and tourism sector, again, in North Etobicoke, we have probably the second largest hospitality sector in the city along the Dixon Road corridor. Many of hotels, many of restaurants have been severely impacted by the pandemic. I know you mentioned in your presentation, Ms. Blackman, on some of the supports economic development is targeting to the hospitality sector, but are you able to kind of dive into that a bit more in terms of what economic development has planned in terms of advocacy or whatnot to help these businesses in this sector?
So through the chair, Councillor Ford, thank you for your question. And I'm going to turn to Marguerite Pigott here, our film commissioner, because she's also responsible for entertainment industries. And in particular, the Show Love TO initiative has a very focused and intentional look at the way that we can work with our hospitality partners, as well as a ongoing dialogue with Destination Toronto. So hopefully Marguerite can jump in.
Yes, thank you, Cheryl.
We can hear you.
Sorry, I was right the first time, sorry. So what I would like to call to your attention, Councillor Ford, is a few of the programs going through Show Love TO. One is Dine Together. So you are obviously aware of the Licious programs. The Licious were prefix. They had an entry cost for participants and so on. So we looked at those very successful programs and tried to figure out how we could make them more pertinent to a COVID recovery situation. So we have made them much more available to mom and pop restaurants by doing away with the 3-course prefix and doing away with the entry fee. So as a result, we have substantially increased the number of participants. Also more participants outside the downtown core. That was one of the challenges we had with Licious. It was a very core-centric program, despite all of our efforts to widen its remit. So Dine TO is operating right now through Show Love TO. In addition to that, you know, in tandem with our partnership with Destination Toronto, we're really focused on hyper-local tourism right now, because that's the only form of tourism that it is reasonable to be focused on right now. So they have launched their Never Have I Ever campaign. We are supporting that. They are supporting everything we're doing with Show Love TO. They're supporting all of our neighborhood animation through programs like Stroll TO, Big Art TO, Artworks, Active Arts, and so on, in addition to programs like Cafe TO, and extend that to include amplified music on patios in certain downtown wards as a way of, again, creating that animation that will draw customers to those areas. So we've been working closely with BIAs on that as well. Obviously, we're focusing a lot on tourism and hospitality, but we also work in partnership with the BIAs, in addition to working in partnership with Destination Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are your questions. Someone else? Just a quick one from me, actually. And this is to you, Ms. Blackman. In terms of consultation and reaching out, can you maybe just give us an overview and a description in terms of how, through your different areas, the BIAs, whether or not, for example, it's museums, business retention and growth, film, and so on. How do we? What is our sort of a method or a mechanism for just reaching out, just to kind of touch base with the varying different interests in the specific areas of your department? Because you've got a number of different sectors. I'm just wondering whether or not there's a specific method that you use. For example, the question about BIAs in terms of reaching out, how does that work?
So through the chair, thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Ultimately for us, we are working with our partners in spaces like the Financial District Pilot Zone, for example, with Toronto Region Board of Trade, which really are, these groups who are agglomerating their interests collectively to look at the concerns of different parts of the city's economy. We are looking to work with, as Marguerite Pigott pointed out, Destination Toronto, to have that larger overview understanding of the impacts to the tourism sector, the convention market, the impacts on hotel and hotel operators. We are certainly working with universities and colleges as a advisor and part of advisory tables that we've set up to make sure that we are hearing the voice of academia and understanding the ways that academics can be part of our drive towards a solution for Build Back Better and for recovery. We are working with our aviation partners at Billy Bishop Airport and the Greater Toronto Airport Authorities, and working with them to understand the needs of Billy Bishop Airport and the ways that the City of Toronto can be a convener as well as an advocate to support them in their efforts to revitalize the aviation industry. So ultimately for us, whether it's Toronto Financial International or Toronto Global, or any of the other players in the field, like the ILEO table that comes up with the United Way, we are trying to make sure that we are present in as many spaces as possible to have the voices of Torontonians put at the table, to hear the needs of community and to problem solve both with stakeholders and with community and business partners as we try to build back our economy. So we have really been actively engaging a number of different parts of our economic ecosystem to make sure that, as we're building back, no one is falling through the cracks.
Yeah. Do you have a mechanism or a method of assisting councillors, for example, who could be your allies in terms of reaching out to their own communities? As some of the questions are being asked this morning, it may seem that it's probably something, some type of description that you, through your department, provide to members of council, so they could, for example, send out to people in areas interested in forming a BIAs or understanding what are the grant opportunities and or any of the sort of different programs that we have available. Just wondering if there's a way that we could maybe lean on councillors to be able to be part of that. And the final part of the question would be, are we taking enough advantage of the free billboard opportunities that we have in the city as part of our bus shelters to be able to communicate on ramp in order to access city communities and so on? Because I think this is an area that we need to kind of a little bit more work in particularly with respect to the pandemic. So those are just two questions within the same sort of package of my question. I just wonder if you could just touch on that, please. Thank you.
Yes, of course. So Deputy Mayor, thank you for your question. I think we really are pulling a number of levers to make sure that we are working closely with councillors writ large across the city. Those include the fact that we are briefings now. We bring our message of what EDC is focused on directly to community council kind of meetings. We certainly are really excited to be able to share our communication tools like the newsletters that we've created during the pandemic, our business and culture newsletter. And we have been sending emails to councillors' offices, but we would love to hear feedback from councillors regarding the utility of those emails that we're sharing. And certainly if we're not hitting the mark with the types of information that's useful to councillors, we would love that feedback to be able to refine our offer. We do work closely with existing professional networks and partners. And of course, we work very closely across the city with different divisions to make sure that the needs of organizations and community are understood. So as it relates to supporting and having councillors be champions on behalf of economic development and culture, we welcome that opportunity. We would love to be in conversations with any councillor who would like to have that dialogue with us about needs that are particular to your wards and your constituents. And certainly we are trying to centralize our messaging as much as possible and ensure that we share that messaging broadly across all of the city so that folks do understand the ways that they can engage. So we've heard some great opportunities today to refine our messaging around BIAs, and you can be certain that we'll be following up with all of the councillors to make sure that we are capitalizing on those opportunities.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, speakers to speak. Looking at visiting councillor, seeing none. Members committee, Councillor Lai, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Cheryl, Ms. Blackman for a very comprehensive report with your team and all that. And I have to attest to the fact that you have been really working hard to accommodate the needs of my ward, which I brought forward. I'm really thankful for that. And you, in your presentation, I love to hear that you have 7 goals and 38 actions. I think it'll keep you a very busy year ahead of you. And I love when I heard that you wanted to increase diversity and equity and serving all those underdeserved neighborhoods. I love to hear that. And I loved when you said that inclusiveness is the key to economic recovery and is key for full prosperity. And I like to hear that when you said that equity and prosperity are linked, and it's very, very important. And in terms of the arts and culture, I love it when you have so many ideas, good ideas. And I just wanted to let you know that in my ward, we have actually done a little bit ourselves post pandemic. Well, we're still in the pandemic, but we're doing it. I just wanted to share that I have a multicultural film festival in my ward. I have a Tamil film festival in my ward, and I have a Taiwan film festival in my ward. So this is very, 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 very exciting that people, businesses and people are working together to make sure that, our city will be, or our neck of the woods, our community will be thriving even at the tail end of this pandemic. And I wanted to stress the fact that we need to equally distribute the funding. And I loved when I hear that there's going to be funding consideration for smaller festivals and events locally in different communities, because those are the area that we needed help, especially now post-COVID. It's very difficult to get sponsorship. And I really appreciated, when you were hanging out with the Asian TO. This is just an example of filling in the gaps of how we can play inclusiveness into the equation. So I really appreciate the fact that economic development staff are working very, very hard in helping out all the councillors and, with local needs, and really appreciate that. And thank you. And just wanted to give you a pat on the shoulder and keep up with the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. To speak. Seeing none, let me just take this opportunity to thank Ms. Blackman for her presentation, but let me also thank her for something else. Ms. Blackman has taken on the role of acting general manager, interim general manager, and she's been in this role for some time, and she is, I would say, has done an amazing job. She has, obviously during this very difficult time, led this and I'm not sure how much time it takes to slot and all the presentation that's been presented to us here, members, to you today. We work with I work with Ms. Blackman now for some time in trying to address some of the issues. The question that Councillor Ainsley asked, for example, about business directory and so on, those are ongoing discussions that we're having with Ms. Blackman, Mr. Nowrowski, and others and so on about how we really get into sort of the the sort of nooks and cranny of the areas in our community, so we can reach into in a very granular way to business and so on, and we're doing that work. Clearly, we need help from members of council, and Ms. Blackman has spoken about that. All the different sectors, whether or not it's museum, we've heard from the amazing film commissioner, Ms. Piggott, and what she's doing in her area and so on. And I want to thank her and thank all the other people who work for our economic development department. This is an area, this is a group of people who can actually take a small amount of resources and they can expand that in terms of reaching and collaboration that is taking place. They have plans upon plans and putting them into practicality to ensure that they actually work and have a impact for our business community, the cultural sector and so on. That experience we're having on every single day. So that work is actually being done as we've learned through the questions this morning and the presentation. There's a lot more work to be done, and we know that going into 2022, the staff, Ms. Blackman and the other members of the economic development group are looking to see how they can pivot and adjust and make things happen and to increase their collaboration and so on, so that we are purposeful and impactful. And as Councillor Long, as he said, be in process in terms of that.
This is the city clerk's office to call in user 416523. I'm unmuting your phone line if you can let us know if you are a registered speaker on an item. This is the city clerk's office to call in user 416. I see that in WebEx chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
To the chair, you may begin when ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, earlier on this morning, I asked everyone for their patience, and I know that your patience have been tested. Again, continue to ask for your patience as we deal with the technological challenges that we've had this morning, but I think that we are now ready to proceed. Members, just before we proceed, I did text everyone regarding a question that I have. I just wonder if you can text me back to let me know, please. The questions I've referenced to you regarding the continuation of the meeting through lunch. In any event, let's resume. Our next item is EC 24.4, two applications to the Imagination Manufacturing Innovation and Technology, the IMET Property Tax Incentive Program. Madam Clerk, I understand we have two speakers on this item. I wonder if you could call the first speaker, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. So the first public speaker is Heidi Tibbin from Cartera Management Incorporated, which is the asset management for Portland Commons LP. Heidi, are you connected?
I am.
Good morning. Good morning, Heidi, and welcome. You have 5 minutes, please. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me and giving me the opportunity to speak today. I did provide a presentation. Can that be pulled up, or can you allow me to share?
No, you have an opportunity to speak to the item.
Okay.
Your presentation has been presented and circulated, so you have an opportunity to speak to the item. Regrettably, we don't afford you the opportunity to make a presentation vis-a-vis a slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is my first time doing this, so
No
that clarifies.
And just before you start, and clerks will just ask you to hold Heidi's time, please. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. At the end of your speaking time, members of committee and or non-members, if they're here, may ask you questions, or there may be no questions of you. And at that point, you'll have an opportunity to respond to the questions. So thank you very much. You may begin.
Thank you. And we are very excited about this project, Portland Commons, that I'll run through today. And there are several images which are included in the presentation, which will help to give you a visual of what it is that we hope to build at this site, which is located at Front in Portland. We are excited about this, and we do want to see this succeed. And this IMET grant is very important to attracting tenants to this building and making this development a success. We believe in the King West neighborhood and the need to deliver a high-performance, sustainable building to this area to support the continued growth of this strong tech-focused neighborhood. And we hope that by doing this, we can continue to attract new firms, not only to the King West and to Toronto, but also to the entire Canadian market. The site that, or the building that we will be building, and we currently have an SBA application in, we're in the 6th round. We are developing 553,000 square feet of office and 14,000 square feet of retail, with a targeted completion in fall of 2023. If we were to define this building, it would be a high-performance office building designed with a focus on employment wellness, technology, and sustainability. Previously, the site, which again is at the corner of Portland and Front, it was an aging Toyota dealership and repair shop, as well as a surface parking lot that was available to the public, and there was remediation required. So we really believe that this is giving an opportunity to transform this area and will help to bring in new businesses. The location, which makes it eligible for this grant, is there's a map provided. So again, it's outside of the financial district and therefore away from, quite far from Union Station. And I've also highlighted on the map that's provided a number of the other IMET approved sites, which we will be directly competing against, with the main one being the Well, which is our neighbor. So we'd be at a significant disadvantage if we did not receive this grant, as our neighbor does have it. This building also has very thoughtfully been designed to incorporate the local community by adding 2 privately owned public spaces that total 4,350,000 square feet. We also have 21,000 square feet of community courtyards, which will be accessible 24/7 and available for public, private, and community events. We'll also be replacing the parking that was available on the surface with a public parking garage, and we'll be including 108 bike stalls that will be available to the general public. We've also given a lot of consideration for sustainability, making a LEED Platinum building as well as WELL Gold. We'll be connecting into Enwave's Deep Lake water cooling system, and we're also meeting the city's green standard Tier 1. As I mentioned, we believe this will really transform the corner and bringing new businesses and employment to the King West neighborhood. It's estimated that this building will bring in over 2,500 jobs. We've also designed this building to appeal to the existing tenants, particularly those in the tech sector. This is a very strong neighborhood for tech businesses, and we want to continue to support that and the drive to have a more sustainable as well as high performance building, and a lot of considerations have been made for that. But we also want the design to complement the heritage buildings that it will be surrounding. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the impacts of COVID on this development, and we've heard many people today speak about that and the hardships. So that's been impacting both construction costs as well as the office leasing market. Construction costs have gone up significantly, and the vacancy rates in this neighborhood, which prior to COVID were at 1.4%, now exceed 8.5%. Gross rents have also dropped. So all of these add increased risks to our development. So in conclusion, just wanted to highlight that this building does meet all of the IMET eligibility requirements, and we also have outlined our commitment to work with the city and our future tenants to develop and implement a local improvement plan. And again, this IMET grant is integral to the success of this project and the ability to attract new tenants. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I will gladly answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there's any questions of you. There are no questions of you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next speaker, please.
Yes, the next speaker is David Gurkowski from First Golf King Street Limited Partnership. David, are you connected?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, David. Good morning. And I believe you know how this system works. You have 5 minutes to speak, and at the end of that, members of the committee may have questions of you. So you may begin, please. Thank you, and great to hear you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson, members of council and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is David Jarofsky. I'm speaking on behalf of First Golf in relation to 200 Front Street, which is a planned 27-story new office building to be constructed on the parking lot, which sits along Front Street, in the same block as the Coca-Cola building and the Globe and Mail building, which we developed over the last few years. A little bit of history. 10 years or so ago, when we purchased this 2 city block property, there were virtually no office buildings of any size east of Jarvis. And over that period of time, we have developed the Coca-Cola building, which is the Canadian headquarters for Coke. We've developed the Globe and Mail building, which is the new Globe and Mail headquarters. We are under construction with 25 Ontario, which is the new headquarters for EQ Bank. We accommodate tenants such as George Brown College, CIBC, Scotiabank, and various other private sector firms. And to date, we have constructed or are under construction with almost 1.5 million square feet of employment spaces, and 200 Front would add over 600,000 feet of additional office space. I can tell you there's no one else east of Jarvis developing office at scale. First Gulf has done this over the last 10 years. We've been committed to it. And with the assistance of the IMEC grants, we have been very successful in creating a new node that will employ over 10,000 people if and when we complete 200 Front, bringing jobs, economic development, and new taxation to the east side in an area that really had no office and employment previously. And I can tell you that IMEC has proven to be critical for attracting tenants to this area and establishing a new node on the east side. Virtually every other developer east of Jarvis is planned only to do residential. And there's nothing wrong with residential, but we all know that successful communities need a balance between employment and residential uses, and that these mixed-use developments are the best thing for the community and for sustainability. So I ask you today to, first of all, I thank the staff who have recommended IMET at this location. I ask the committee to once again approve IMET. I truly believe that with all the challenges facing us, that this is critical to us being able to attract tenants to the east side and continue to grow office and employment and economic development on the east side of downtown. So I support the recommendations of city staff, and I would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Looking to members of committee. Vice Chair Grimes to question Mr. Gorofsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, you mentioned 10,000 jobs. Where's that number coming from? What's your data on that?
Well, that's based on a ratio of about 150 square feet per employee. When you do the math, it actually could be quite a bit more than that, Councillor. So we simply know that the densities in our buildings are rising. In other words, more employees in less space. And that generally is the ratio, and that actually will yield more than 10,000 jobs in the 2 million feet.
So it's a square per foot calculation you're using, is that correct?
It is, yes, it is,
Yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Grimes. I'm just looking to see if other members have any questions. I've seen none. David, can you just perhaps speak to the construction investment that your company is making to develop this site?
Certainly. Well, this to date, the developments at 25 Ontario, 333 King, and 351 King. So this is Globe, Coke, George Brown, and EQ Bank buildings. The investment to date is over $1 billion of investment, and we partnered with OP Trust, the pension fund that manages the OPSU pension fund, and we've also partnered with Sun Life, and we've partnered with HOOP, the Hospitals of Ontario pension fund. So there's been over $1 billion to date, and this building that is proposed at 200 Front would represent another $500 million plus of investment.
And the IMET grant over a 10-year period is around $22.7 million?
That's right. And so on the scale of what we are proposing, it's not, it represents a small amount. But the important thing is that grant is remitted directly and completely to our tenants. So we do not retain $1 of those funds. We refund all of that money to our tenants in the form of property tax rebates, and it makes it just that much more attractive for them to locate over on the east side. So it's entirely helps us to save a little bit of money in those first few years for those tenants to make the decision to come out and lease space on that part of the city.
Okay. Thank you very much for the response and answers to my questions. I have no further questions, and just looking to see if any other members have any questions. I don't see any, and it's great to hear you, and thank you, David. Good to have you at committee, and hopefully we'll see you other times at committee.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson and members of council. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right, so members, questions of staff? We have questions of staff. I'm just looking to see whether or not there's any members, any questions of staff. I think those are the two speakers that we had. I will just ask staff a quick question through, I guess, Ms. Blackman. I guess, I don't know if Ms. Condon is with us. Wanted to ask a question. My question simply is maybe just to have staff comment on why we want to be obviously providing the IMET to both of these businesses and how it benefits us. Definitely, like somebody has a radio on. I'm just wondering if maybe someone would perhaps just mute their microphone, please. You've heard my question, Ms. Blackman?
Deputy Mayor, thank you very much, and through the chair, I did hear your question. I think what we really do understand from our review of these two applications is as was mentioned by the speakers, the staff recommendation really does understand that there are significant challenges that come with recovering from COVID-19. There are also incentives that are really beginning to be understood by folks who are trying to acquire property, and the IMET program, in fact, affords that tax rebate opportunity that helps to make the building in this particular instance possible. So certainly for the purposes of the EDC staff report, we do see the IMET incentive as a opportunity really to support the continued growth of the construction in the east part of the city. And certainly we do also see that there are some risks that are inherent coming out of COVID-19 that we want to ensure that we're mitigating, which lends us to want to continue to support this application. I will, however, turn to Tobias Novogrodsky to see if he would like to add any additional points.
Thank you, Cheryl, and through the chair. So in addition to the grants playing an important role in making the projects financially viable, the applications, both applications met all of the technical requirements of the IMET program. And as the deputants also spoke to, and as the consultant has indicated in their report, and as the staff report indicates, these are important areas of our city, the King, Parliament, and King Spadina districts, consistent with the city's planning goals for these areas of the city in terms of ensuring mixed use uses in these parts of our city. And these important applications have come forward at a time which is potentially challenging and in a market dynamic where without the incentives, there could be an interest on the part of developers to go the path of least resistance and pursue the residential option. And so the city's incentive through the IMET program provides that extra financial support and assurance to support employment uses in these important parts of the city outside the downtown core, but still in an area of the city that is developing in line with council's direction for mixed use in the King, Parliament, and King Spadina districts.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So my final question is, with respect to the execution of the financial incentive agreement, what's in it? When will it be finally executed? Are we sort of putting the cart before the horse by approving, or will we have simultaneously approving the FIA before the Manitoba Council, or will the FIA be part of council? Because I think in the report and I read there was the council authorized the general manager for EDC and Culture to negotiate and execute the FIA. I'm just wondering, what is the process and when will the FIA be finalized and be executed?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. As we heard this morning, and as our report indicates, the office sector does play a critical role in promoting and ensuring the sustainability and wealth creation and economic growth in the city of Toronto. So if there is in fact, with approval there would be approval by council and then FIA, we really do feel that it will take a couple more months for this work to be completed, but we do feel that the timing of this approval is pertinent and important, in particular, just to make sure that we are advancing this idea of diversifying the economic base and making sure that we have suitable sites that also include office for employment uses, in particular, as we build towards our recovery and our rebuild.
Right. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. To speakers. Just looking at the screen. All right. I will then just simply move the item, and thank the two speakers who spoke. I think it's clear based on the comments both by Ms. Blackman and Mr. Nowakowski with respect to the rationale and the reasons. I think the report is very clear. It's very thorough. This is not a handout to corporations and so on. It is an opportunity to create incentives. It's a matter that the city will look at providing the IMET grants over a 10-year period. And as we've heard from the speakers, as well as the way the IMET programs work, it is helpful to attract businesses to the area. And we've heard that this is an area that is outside the core part of the city. And we know that sometimes these are some of the areas in our city, and as much as we know that there's a real need for office facilities in the city, that it's not in the core, so it's a little bit more difficult for the property developers and owners to attract those businesses into those areas. So this seems to meet all of our requirement, all of the tests. And as Ms. Blackman, my concern was around the FIAs. Ms. Blackman has just indicated what and how they will be dealing with that. And so the financial incentive agreements will be in place. And so for those reasons, the staff recommendations that are in the report, I'll move the item and ask that members endorse and support this application and the recommendations that are in item EC 24.4. Are in favor? Don't see enough hands. Waiting for more hand. I only have, okay, so I have 3 hands. Councillor Ford, are you in favor? I'm not sure Councillor Ford is hearing. Okay. Councillor Ford, are you in favor? Okay. All those in favor or opposed? That's carried. Okay. We've dealt with that item that has been approved. All right. So moving right along, the next item is EC 24.5, proposed new film permits, fees, and amendments to City of Toronto's Municipal Code, Chapter 441, fees and charges. I had held that particular item. I don't know whether or not any members have any questions. Just looking at the screen. Okay, so I had a question for Ms. Piggott through you, I guess to Ms. Blackman. Why are we doing this now, and why is it necessary? Because we currently don't charge any fees. Is that correct, Ms. Blackman?
Through the chair, we currently don't have a fee charging structure. Marguerite Piggott, our film commissioner, can provide some excellent background, though, on the timing of this particular report. So I'll throw to Ms. Piggott.
Thank you very much. So through the chair, in terms of why we're doing this now, this is a response to growth. So the decision was taken almost 20 years ago to not charge for film permits. The film industry was relatively immature in Toronto at that time, especially with regard to larger international service productions, and there were some gaps in our services. So it was seen that charging for permits at that point in time would be damaging to our competitive offering. However, 20 years later, Toronto is now a very mature production jurisdiction. We're one of the top 5 North American centers for production. The industry year over year in the city of Toronto alone is worth $2.2 billion and employs 35,000 Torontonians. And the important thing, the reason why we are charging for permits now is because the industry is posed for incredible growth. And so we're going to need to expand the offerings in the film office in response to that growth. So pre-COVID, our production volume was expanding 10% year over year for the 3 years prior to COVID. After we came out of lockdown and production resumed, eventually we saw record-breaking production volumes. And as we look forward, we continue to see an increase in production volumes. But very importantly, studio space in Toronto is growing as well. And we know from a recent study that the Film Board commissioned that production is going to grow by studio space is going to grow by 63% over the next 5 years. So we definitely need to expand the services in the film office, and charging for film permits is a way that we can do that without asking for the required enhancement from the tax-based budget. And if I could, I'd want to make one small note that over the last number of years, there has been progressively more pressure on the film office as production volumes have grown and grown and grown. The only reason why we are still able to offer the fastest turnaround time for permits in North America is because of the incredible film permit coordinators. And I really want to thank them because along with their manager, Bobby Donchez, and program manager, film sector development, Magali Simard, they have allowed us to continue to grow our services without more human resources and without more financial resources. But we are reaching a point where no longer having those resources will be a competitive disadvantage to our jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. That's all the information I wanted to understand with respect to my questions. So I'm just looking back at the screen to see whether or not there's any further questions from members. Thank you. Just to move the item, and Ms. Piggott and your team, thank you for the outstanding work, and thank you for your leadership in this area. This is an amazing industry, as you pointed out. It dates back quite some time. We've all been working really hard. I also want to thank the mayor, certainly for his advocacy, and also the Film Board chair as well, Councillor Fletcher, who has done an outstanding job. All of us have been working so hard along with you and the team and the industry in terms of responding and to the need that exists in this industry. And we still have a lot more work to go. And of course, we thank all for our partners, Film Ontario and others and so on, for their work, and of course the provincial government, because they do have a role to play, not necessarily the fact that specific permits and the fees that we're changing, but collectively in terms of how we move forward. And then finally, to all of our unions and all of our members as well. So we've collaborated and worked really well together, and there's a lot of work that's done. Resources will be invested back into the sector, into your department, to provide more efficiency, increasing the level of service and how we respond in a very timely way. And so I know that as part of this work, there's been a tremendous amount of consultation with the industry sector, and they're in support of what we have in front of us. So with that, I would like to move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much for that. And we're now moving on to EC 24.6, emergent entertainment areas outside of the downtown core. Councillor Lai, you held this item, so over to you. Questions of staff?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions for staff. In terms of, well, I just wanted to commend staff for great work that they've done, and I like the concept noticed for, Scarborough. And I just wonder, have you had any plan for locations and venues north of the 401 that you're in the plans for this?
So thank you for your questions, and through the chair, I'm going to turn to Marguerite Piggott here, but I do want to just acknowledge that a great deal of work has been done here by Marguerite and her team, and I'll turn to her for a response.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Councillor Lai, the approach that we took for this report, it was based on extensive consultations over years with DIY event producers. And so we were looking for their guidance in terms of where they see areas in the city that are ripe for entertainment and cultural experiences. to play a role. And then we kind of did a Venn diagram in a way to look at areas in the city that they pointed out as being appropriate for those purposes and that are also already zoned for those purposes. So that is the work that has been done to date, and the DIY event promoters did not indicate to us areas north of the 401. What we have found by reading other studies, jurisdictional scans, and so on, is that the growth of these areas needs to be organic. It needs to be organic from the creative community and from the local community. That said, there is still room for guidance. And so in the process, as it lies ahead of us, we would be more than happy to work with your office to see, are there areas north of the 401 in your ward and other wards or other places outside the core? Because the whole impulse behind this initiative is to add animation and vibrancy across the whole city and throughout the entire 24-hour period of a day. So we would be happy to work with you to see what areas you would recommend in your ward and other areas and work with other councillors, and then take that back to the DIY organizers for their thought and feedback.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Looking at the screen, see no further questioners to speak. Did you wish to speak, Councillor Lai? Okay, you have 5 minutes, please.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to kind of bring out the point that there are a lot of lands that we can utilize for DIY events in the employment lands, I would say, in some of the suburban neighborhoods, not just my ward. And I just wanted to kind of paint that picture if staff is going to be looking at that and, taking that into serious consideration. So those are my brief comments. Thank you. And having said that, I will move the item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Councillor Lai is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. We'll just move right along. Members, we are now at EC 24.8, which is the 2021 first and second quarter status report on audit recommendations. Opening doors to stable housing. I held that particular item. And I know that there has been a number of presentations. I don't know if all members have been briefed on this, but I know that the staff have been diligently trying to reach out to provide us with briefing on this. But I did have a few questions. And I guess the first question I wanted to kind of understand is that the changes, and it seems to be that we're moving into a more utilizing technology to provide a more equitable access to housing and so on. But I wanted to understand, how does that actually provide this equitable access to housing, sort of using this technology versus the current system that we actually have in place? How does that create more opportunities for those who are looking for housing, apart from the utilization of technology? How does that affect the stock and our ability to deal with those individuals who are in again, looking for housing?
Pardon me, Chair. My microphone was up, and I don't know if you could hear me. So I'll start again if you don't mind.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Good
Great. Thank you. Yeah, you as well. Thank you for the question. So our existing technology was over 20 years old, and it was in need of a refresh. And based on a pilot we've done back in 2015, we set along on the choice-based journey. Part of the opportunity here is to create not existing new stock, but a better operational efficiency and providing more housing information and to create a greater degree of housing choice for individuals who are looking to create accommodation. So this is a more proactive system using up-to-date technology, which will allow individuals to see the details of the units that are available and express their interest in them versus waiting passively for a call after many, many years. So this provides the opportunity for people to make more informed housing choices and for us to decrease the amount of time units remain vacant, thus increasing efficiency of the overall social housing system.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I've heard, and folks have spoken to me directly about
So again, the system we're evolving from was very passive and didn't require a lot of ongoing interaction with the clients. The new system, and we've already started sending out applications for people to enter their and re-enter their information on My Access Housing TO, will allow individuals with support from friends on their own through our application support center, through our front desk at 176 Elm and their Access to Housing team, to update their information annually and remotely. We'll be able to make sure we have up-to-date contact information with people, provide that information electronically, and give a number of different channels for which they can update that information and stay current. Should an individual not remain current, and they do have an obligation to maintain their eligibility annually, when they log onto their portal, they'll be notified that their information is outstanding and prompted on what information is required to keep that up to date. We will run into circumstances where individuals have not interacted with the system for a long time, and our staff will be available to work with them to reactivate those applications and assign the appropriate date for that application. Again, we're trying to work with people. We're going to be very sympathetic as we transition over to the new system and make sure that we have all avenues of help to support people, and we continue to work with our partners and our applicants post-implementation to see how it's going and to mitigate any downstream issues.
So did I hear you correctly that you're suggesting that, so for folks who may not have computers, may not have the technology available to be able to provide their application, to fill out the application, that assistance will be made available to them? Did I hear you correctly with respect to that?
That's correct. We've been working with all of our community partners, whether it's the Toronto Public Library, homeless shelters, housing help centers, in a number of different avenues to make sure they're aware on how to help their clients. We also have utilized the partnership with their housing services integration under the leadership of SDFA and their application support center. So we'll have the ability to contact by phone.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm just looking at the screen to see if there's any further questions. Councillor Lai have questions. Go ahead, please, Councillor Lai. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few quick questions for staff here. I understand that the province will be implementing some measures to mandate those on the waiting list. If they will decline the first offer, then do you know what percentage in the past have these people that declined the first offer? I mean, they will refuse and pass on the first offer until they offer, the second one.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. And to start with, you are correct. The Housing Services Act implemented new changes that, effective actually July 1st of this year, required a one-offer rule to be put in place, so that individuals on the waiting list who receive an offer, should they refuse it, will lose their eligibility. A number of people who receive offers currently through the centralized waiting list do refuse, and I think that's a reflection of our old technology. So, for instance, if you were on the list and you were waiting 5, 6, 7 years for a house, an offer, you may have put your name on a variety of different lists for projects without a lot of information about those projects. So when the offer came and you assessed where you are today with your individual circumstance and learned more about the community that you were offered to, you may say no. So we didn't want to move forward with that one offer rule until our new choice-based technology was in place. In the new environment, you'll have more access to information about the housing choice before you. You will have to identify that you understand where the vacancy is, information on the project, and instead of receiving a passive call, you're going to express your interest in that particular vacancy at that project at that time. And so based on that, I think with the new technology, we're confident that our refusal rate will plummet significantly in the new environment and provide that safety measure to applicants who are just trying to find a home.
Yeah, okay. My next question would be in the report, there's current waiting list about 79,000. Is that correct?
As of Q2, end of Q2, that's correct.
And have some of the inactive application been removed out of that 79,000? Does it include some of the inactive ones?
That is just current.
Oh, that's very current. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question would be, we have a vacancy of over about 2% in TCHC, about 2,000 units. Why is it so high?
Actually, the business standard for TCHC is about 2%. So when any residential complex, there will be people who move in and people who move out. And we've been working in very close partnership with TCHC to make sure they are actively working to reduce their vacancy rate. And the report, as identified in the report, they have. Their overall RGI vacancy rate is now under 2%. Pockets of vacancies are occurring in specific communities where they're having more trouble renting the units. But as we've worked with TCHC since 2019, I think what we've identified as a key metric that's not in the report, but we'll work on getting into the next one, is flow. So if TCHC continues to rent more units than are vacated, they are making progress. And I'm happy to report that since Q1 2019, for every quarter since that time until now, TCHC in all but one has leased more units that have become vacant. So they continue to make strides quarter after quarter, month over month, to improve the management of their vacancy. And that comes from the leadership, right from the CEO, right down to frontline staff. They've identified new staff to manage vacancies. And from our level at the city, I can say the partnership's been very good in terms of our ability to monitor, manage, and address issues as they come to light.
Thank you. My last question would be, I do get a lot of calls and requests for people who don't speak English to help them with their application. And I think we cannot really help them. And can you please shed some light on how we can help these people? And also whether, how I can tell them where they can get the help.
I think you're muted, Doug.
Someone had to do it. My apologies. So we are. Thanks for the question, Councillor and Deputy Mayor, for the prompt. So we're making every effort to make sure we are fully compliant with the city's multilingual process. So we have the ability to connect individuals seeking assistance with translation services. Our new electronic platform will be fully accessible through patches such as Google Translate. And again, we're working with individual housing help centers that also cater to the specific multilingual needs within their community. So happy to connect more. This is one area, obviously, Councillor, where we have a very multicultural city where we can always do more. We're doing our best to comply with the existing city approach on this, but happy to understand issues that are brought to light in your community and happy to continue to improve our efforts to make sure that we make this as accessible to all Torontonians.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr. Chair.
much.
Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Councillor Lai, did you wish to speak? Okay, you may begin.
Yes, please. I just wanted to thank staff for a very good report here. And I really appreciate, I think we're making progress here, but we need to support those who are in need for looking for a place to live. And especially the people that don't speak English, I think those are the group that they are vulnerable. And we need to really do as much possible, because I do have a lot of calls from my office to help those people. They don't really know where they are at, within the application, and they just need somebody to talk to, and it's very important. And we can't really help them because, especially when there's a lineup, we cannot really, they thought that maybe calling the councillor can advance their line. We can't do that, but it's just that I think it's very important that I'm very happy that I hear that we are improving on that front. And I think we can do better. The other thing is I just wanted to mention that in order that we should be up to date, we should ensure that we manage the list efficiently, because there might be circumstances change and, people are no longer needed. And I think if we can kind of manage that list efficiently, I think it will help. Thank you. Those are my my comments, Mr.
I just
Chair.
ask you to move the item, please, Councillor.
Yes, please. I will move the item.
All right, thank you very much. Item's been moved. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. Thank you, Mr. Rollins, for your response to the questions. All right, we're moving right along, members. And members, just as we get to the hour, it's 12 minutes, it's 23 minutes after 12. I'm going to ask for a motion to, Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if we wait till 12:30 or no, we can just do it now. Basically, okay, here we go. The motion's on the screen that the Economic and Community Development Committee extend its meeting past the scheduled 12:30 p.m. lunch recess to complete the agenda. I think, yes, there's show of hands. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. So we will move right along. Our next item is EC 24.9. Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan. Madam Clerk, I understand that there is speakers on this item. Wonder if you could call the first speaker, please, and I'll explain to the speakers as to the process going forward. And when you've done that.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm as well that we've just gotten another public speaker, so there are a total of 3 public speakers on this item.
Sure.
The first speaker is Cheryl Case from CP Planning. Cheryl, are you connected?
Ms. Case, are you there?
To the chair, this is the host. Ms. Case needs to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel. It appears that they've done so now. I am now unmuting the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Case, are you with us?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, just give me a moment. And welcome. And just before you speak, I just wanted to let you and the others who will be speaking in a moment know that you'll have 5 minutes to speak. At the end of the 5 minutes, and so welcome.
Awesome, thank you very much. So, and then explain why I decided to compete on this. So, I'm Cheryl Case, founder and principal urban planner at CP Planning, a nonprofit planning. Planning as a means to ensure housing, cultural and development services. Here are great things for discussing population and has been focused among my work as well supporting Black members of Toronto to human rights to housing, culture, economic services and opportunities. I was an expert advisor member at the City of Toronto's 2020 to 2030 Affordable Housing Action Plan and recently completed a project funded by the Federal Administrative Heritage. In addition to my work to promote access to affordable housing and economic development through urban agriculture, my connection to Toronto's Black communities is grounded by relations with Black women who grew up in Toronto's Northwest, grandmother, cousins, and aunties and uncles who I love and who live in Boston. And even nearly as excited.
Okay, we'll just give you time to complete your presentation. Having some challenges, and the staff would need some time just to deal with it. Okay.
Yeah. Should I?
I'll let you know when you can start.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
No worries. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe if we just stop the time, please. All right, I've given you 10 seconds, and members, we are ready to resume. Ms. Case was presenting, and she had about a minute and 25 seconds or so left. I'm going to, just to be fair to her, I'm going to give her 3 minutes, and just to do a quick recap, and then to finish with her presentation. Ms. Case, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. So we're going to give you 3 minutes. You were almost sort of at about a minute and change left. But just, again, thank you for your patience. We were having some challenges this morning. So I'm just going to give you 3 minutes, if you could maybe just to pick up where you left off, and maybe just do a quick recap, and pick up and then move forward. So you have 3 minutes to complete the rest of your presentation.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'll just, as you encourage, just quickly recap what I had already said. So I am a principal urban planner of a nonprofit human rights oriented planning firm. And I'm really impressed with the level of engagement that was used to implement or to develop the Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan. The focus on economic development and land use planning is greatly appreciated. The opportunity to rectify the historic legacies of excluding Black communities from the development of land use plans and economic development programs and funding strategies. And then I was going on to give an example as to the impacts of investing in creating new opportunities for Black residents to implement Black place-based solutions to food insecurity, and developing a workforce around food security. So in the Little Jamaica neighborhood, I've already heard examples of how this type of program has impacted the lives of local Black residents. One of the members of the Little Jamaica neighborhood, who I engage in through my housing work in that neighborhood, has expressed great excitement and joy over her new ability to sell produce at this market, at the African Caribbean food market that has recently opened up in the Little Jamaica neighborhood, and that I hear is going very well. These programs bring hope and help establish the social connections for Black residents to thrive while growing in place, growing in their communities, establishing and deepening their roots, while they also tend to saute other types of roots like celery or root vegetables or carrots. Without programs like this, we risk the further impoverishment of economic and cultural exclusion of Black communities. And also I wanted to add in, as a quick note, there are lots of opportunities in Toronto to make use of this strategy. As to give an example, I grew up in the northwest of Toronto, and in front of my house was a park of many acres, and the idea of having an allotment garden in that neighborhood would have been amazing, as the neighborhood I grew up in is also a neighborhood with a high Black population, and where there actually is a great level of poverty. So in closing, I'd like to just again thank the committee for their time and their work around this program, and also greatly appreciated to the staff who produced this plan. And this program is increasingly important as we see the impacts of COVID-19 has led to lots of job loss. The ability to establish Black businesses and workforce development around food has an incredible amount of value towards addressing the Decade for African People of African Descent, the guidance from the United Nations around supporting Black sovereignty and Black justice and Black support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Case? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next speaker, and apologies in advance if I mispronounce your name, is Asifu Etsamala from the Partnership Accountability Circle Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. Can the speaker confirm that they are connected?
Good afternoon, Osivwe speaking. I am connected. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Good afternoon and welcome. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Dear members of the Economic and Community Development Committee, I am extremely excited to be here deputizing before you all. My name is Osivoye Tselma, and I am a youth representative of the Partnership and Accountability Circle of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit in the City of Toronto. The Partnership and Accountability Circle of the Anti-Black Racism Unit strongly endorses and supports the establishment of a community-led and city-supported approach to address Black food insecurity in Toronto. And we ask that committee members support the unanimous adoption of the Toronto Black Food Sovereignty Plan. The Partnership and Accountability Circle was developed as part of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. As a representative of the 12 Black Torontonians that have been engaged to guide and support the full implementation of the Toronto Action Plan over the next 2 years, it is our responsibility to hold the city to account in its commitments to confront and remove barriers caused by anti-Black racism and create a city that works for all residents. Now in its 3rd year of implementation, one of the key deliverables of the Toronto Action Plan is to work collaboratively with Black communities to improve food access for Black Torontonians with low income through food sovereignty initiatives. As a representative of Black communities across Toronto, I can testify to the prevalence of food insecurity in Black communities across the city, as well as the presence of a variety of barriers that prevent Black Torontonians from owning and controlling their local food systems. As ample research, including some of that highlighted in the summary notes of this agenda item, have identified, food insecurity negatively impacts key social determinants of health for Black communities. Therefore, by developing city-supported, Black-led initiatives and identifying and establishing sustained support for funding for Black-led, Black-serving, and Black-mandated food organizations, the city is taking the required steps to removing barriers caused by anti-Black racism and creating a city that works for all. However, it is important to identify that the development of the plan should only be considered primary steps to achieving the aforementioned goals. While a 5-year plan has been developed at this time, it goes without saying that it takes more than 5 years to rectify the decades of negative outcomes caused by anti-Black racism and food insecurity in Black communities. Therefore, it is pertinent that members of this committee ensures that initiatives to be completed for each year of the plan are adequately funded by the city, and that Black communities are continually engaged when reviewing and implementing any new policies or programs to ensure changing needs of communities are considered as the years go by. The Partnership and Accountability Circle are in full support of the Black Food Sovereignty Plan, and we look forward to seeing the positive and necessary impacts that it will bring. I would like to thank the members of the Economic and Community Development Committee for considering my comments today. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Let me just check to see if there are any questions of you. Seeing visiting member, no, none. And can I just ask you a quick question, sir? What's the difference between food security and food sovereignty? I just wonder if you could maybe just help me with that.
Well, for the purposes of not misleading several members of the committee and members of the public here, I'm not an expert on the differences between
okay,
security
fair
and
enough.
sovereignty.
Fair enough. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for coming. We will now move to the next speaker. I believe, Madam Clerk, you had indicated there were 3 speakers. Initially, we had 2. The third speaker, please.
So the third speaker is Agapi Janess from the CEE Center for Young Black Professionals. Agapi, are you connected?
Agapi Janess, are you there?
To the chair,
Agapi?
this is the host. This
Yes.
is the host. The speaker is connected. They've also connected their audio. I have also unmuted them, so they should be able to speak.
Can everyone hear me?
Gabby, we can hear you now. Thank you. Welcome and good afternoon. You're no stranger to this environment. You have minutes to speak, and we may have questions of you. You may begin. Thank you.
Okay, great. So my name is Agapi Kusesa, and I'm the Executive Director of C Center for Young Black Professionals. And I want to address this committee and just talk a little bit about what food sovereignty means for the Black community that I serve, young people in particular. We have a program, so our organization does workforce development in 5 industries, one being hospitality. So we have the longest standing program that we run is what we call Kitchen Masters. And that's really an opportunity for young people to learn culinary art skills, but not just that, especially in the midst of the pandemic, it's been an opportunity for us to provide skills for young people to learn how to grow vegetables on their balconies, for instance, and be able to grow their own foods, especially in the midst of COVID, where, you know, at the beginning of COVID, we had about 270 graduates, 200 which identified food insecurity as a major issue. And so creating a ecosystem where Black communities can grow their own food, teach young people how to do that, or even all populations of Black folks, but in our particular instance, young people, the opportunity for them to grow their own food so that they're able to provide healthy meals for their families and themselves, but also for them to be able to connect with other, the African Food Basket or other farmers that are serving our community as well. So I think that food insecurity is a huge issue in the Black community in particular, and it's not an issue that seems to be going away. And so the need for us to have an ecosystem within our community where folks can go to a place and get fresh produce to be able to provide for themselves and their family is extremely important. And I think that the work that has been done in the report will speak to that ecosystem that is so desperately needed. And I think I also just want to note that in the midst of the pandemic, one of the biggest issues that we have been facing as an organization, and I know that other Black-led, Black-serving, and Black-focused organizations also have been experiencing, is that COVID relief dollars are coming to an end. And the reality for us is we've been able to provide, I believe, close to 2,500 touch points when it comes to food insecurity. So whether that means providing gift cards, food boxes, or simply teaching young people how to garden themselves, all of those touch points have now had to are now having to be discontinued because those funds are no longer necessarily flowing in as people are starting to focus on recovery. But the reality for our organization and many others is that the need is still there and that food insecurity is still a major issue in our community. And if we don't find a long-term solution for this, then it becomes very difficult for people who have, over the last couple of months or last year and a half really been relying on food services like this, like the ones that we have offered and others. And the reality for us also has been that referring people out to other agencies, we're finding that other agencies are in the same boat as us. Resources have been put into our community and are not necessarily being sustained. And so I think that discovering a long-term solution to this problem would be advantageous, not just for the Black community, but for all Torontonians. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much. Let me just check to see if there are any questions of you. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Agape.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, questions of staff? Just seeing whether or not many members have any questions of staff. Visiting member, looking at Councillor Ainsley, seeing none. Members, just a couple of questions for me for staff. I understand the notion of food security and I guess food sovereignty, but I want to understand it from the report itself. What does it actually mean? We're moving, I guess in the report it talks about, it says why food security versus food sovereignty. Can you explain to me the notion around food sovereignty and how that will obviously be works on a citywide basis and affecting the Black community. Mr. Morgan, I see your screen's on, so I gather that you are up for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I be heard okay?
Yes, we can hear you loudly. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you for your question. Ultimately, when it comes to food security, what we're looking at is often the systems where Black communities or individuals are relying on food banks or emergency food programs to ensure that individuals, families, and communities have adequate access to a certain degree of nutrients to create healthy and growing bodies. So that's the food security element, making sure those systems are there that communities can rely on, emergency food programs, food banks, and the like. But when we move to considerations of what Black food sovereignty is, the focus is primarily on ensuring that Black communities are able to access culturally responsive and healthy food through, say, ecologically sound and sustainable processes to ensure that Black communities are actually developing, controlling, and leading their own food institutions and ensuring that that capacity is there so Black communities themselves can determine where are food markets or be able to have local access to growing as closely as in their backyard or in other ways that are more immediate and accessible and affordable for them.
Okay, thank you very much for that. There are, in the report itself, there are 5 recommendations, and I believe it was like 45 or so actions associated with that. Just wondering, in terms of the concentration, and how do we scale this across the board so it's right across the city? I know in the report it had the map and showing where the low-income residents are and many who are Black. I'm just wondering, as you look at sort of the timeline, you've got a sort of food sovereignty map, and you look at 2022, 23, all the way out to 2026. What does the city look like as part of this process? And the type of resources do we need? Do you have enough funding? And I think that's part of the issue to be able to ensure that we can fully implement this program.
Thank you again for the question, Mr. Chair. So, of course, we recognize there's only so much you can do in a 5-year period. And so the plan, you may note, has a targeted approach looking at the northwest, northeast, and some of the central parts of the city where there are the highest concentrations of Black communities, where that's overlaid with the highest levels of folks living in low-income areas. And so to the question of how we're making sure that it's scaled across, we're starting with that targeted approach within those areas, but also we've been actively engaging to develop the plan with several divisions across the city, and we're continuing to maintain a lens as to how do we scale this up to make sure wherever there are families who are across the city who are experiencing food insecurity from Black communities, that they are able to access growing space, local markets, and infrastructure to support their food security needs. I should say, sorry, sir. I realized I hadn't answered your question as it relates to resourcing. At a high level, of course, part of what communities are looking to the CABR to demonstrate leadership on is to see the city actively and sustainably resource the Black Food Sovereignty Plan. I would invite my Executive Director, Denise Andrew Campbell, to speak if she wanted to elaborate further on that.
I just does that because I'm going to run out of time. I want to pose another question and perhaps it could be expanded on. I just wanted to understand how we're reaching out to other communities and other partners and so on, because there are other folks with expertise that could actually help the Black community. Just wondering what is that sort of mechanism that we actually have in place in addition to city resources and so on. But there's a lot of folks who want to help. Just wondering what mechanism is there for that. So I just wanted to pose that question within the time that I'm allowed. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is an annual conference that we're supporting through the city to bring together Black community leaders and folks who work in the food sovereignty space or food justice space. So that's one critical touch point. Built within the plan, there is a standing community advisory body of 15 Black sector leaders who would continue to provide information and support the ongoing implementation, refining, and development of projects related to the Black Food Sovereignty Plan. So far, we've been able to engage upwards of 400 Black Torontonians across the city, working with organizations like the Black Food Sovereignty Initiative of Toronto, but also African Food Basket and the like. And so that continues to be a main focus of ours, making sure that we have a broad diversity of experiences, expertise, and understanding on these issues, including lived experience at the table.
Ms. Campbell, wish anything?
Oh, hello, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I think the only thing to add, just related to the resourcing. So there are, as Mr. Morgan pointed out, there are a number of divisions that are lined up to advance this work. It will leverage both existing resources, but will also require some targeted new resources in some instances. 5 divisions are submitting new and enhanced requests for about approximately $1 million for 2022 in order to drive the plan forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Whether or not there is any other members of committee with any questions, I don't see any. Let me then just move this this item. I want to just thank all who've been involved in terms of bringing this matter forward. This is an important issue, and it's an important issue for a number of reasons that we've heard from the presenters and speakers and so on, and I don't want to review all of those, but other than just to simply say that this is an opportunity certainly for members of the Black community to fully engage with respect to, as the title of the report, the Black Food Sovereignty Plan. And I want to thank the leadership of Ms. Campbell, Mr. Morgan, and many others who are involved with this because it's extremely important. I visited a friend on Saturday, and I went for dinner. I was with my friend's backyard. His wife had planted all of these peppers and what have you, and that's what we ate for dinner. And I got to tell you, the flavor and the taste was just absolutely amazing. So I think this is part of, and I realize this is not sort of germane to the report, but I was just speaking to them, and they had all sorts of resources to go to all sorts of stores and buy whatever, but that was not their interest. They wanted to go from their kitchen counter to the pot and then back to the table, which is really what some of the elements here is. And I just use that as an example how wonderful the meal was, and it wasn't something that was shipped from afar and having to ripe in a process on the grocery shelf and so on. And I think it's really important what we do to help the Black community and help with respect to the sort of ingredients that we need for life to sustain ourselves. And food is such an important part. And I didn't ask the question about food insecurity and food sovereignty, but I think I've got the gist of it. And I think it's really important for us to make sure that we invest and to work with the community to that the plan itself can and move across the city. But as Mr. Morgan has pointed out, certainly we can't capture all of it at once. You've targeted and identified a specific high needs area, and that's what we're working with. So I feel that this plan obviously will be endorsed here with members of the committee, but council as well, and the support from others to help to ensure that this does develop and to address the issues as has been identified by the number of the recommendations that are here and the actions that have been developed as a result of that. So with that, I'd like to again thank the speakers for presenting and thank the staff and to move the item. So all those in favor, I'm seeing the hands. I don't see the hands yet. I see the hands now. Can't see my hands because I'm having problems with my screen. I understand we have technological problems right across the board, but I'm here, and so my hands is up as well. So thank you very much, and that item has been approved. So thank you. All right, moving right along, we're moving to EC 2410, which is a review of community space and tenancy granting requests for parents engaged in education. Councillor Ainsley, you have an interest in this particular item, and I'll just turn it over to you, whether or not you wish to question staff. I know you had a couple of motions that I'm going to move on your behalf.
Yes.
So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. I just did have a couple of questions for staff, and one of them revolves around the fact that so parents engaged in education, they've reached out to the City of Toronto for assistance. I know, Ms. Campbell, you've been trying to help them along with your staff, but they also do many activities that really wouldn't fall under the municipal sphere of interest. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor, for the question. My colleague Aderonke Akande is going to answer your questions today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. So through the chair, you are correct. Parents is engaged in engaged in education. The organization is involved in a number of activities, including those beyond the scope of what the city generally funds.
And are they getting financing from like education? So, you know, for me as a city councillor, if somebody says they're involved in education, you know, right away I think of the province. But parents engaged in education seems to be involved in a wide range of activities beyond just traditional, you know, kids in a chair. They seem to be doing many innovative projects around education. Are they receiving monies from the province?
So through the chair, we had met with a colleague with the community funding unit and myself met with the executive director and understand that they are receiving funding from a number of sources. They have made connections as well to the province, but it also their funding also comes from a number of private sources that they have reached out to, from my understanding.
Yeah. And my understanding is, you know, they've incorporated as a nonprofit. They have a board of directors. It sounds like a very professional board of directors. And if they were not there, I think it would be residents in Eastern Scarborough, correct?
Through the chair, there was an extensive conversation with the executive director, and from what I understand of their programming, they are quite a valued and vital resource in that neighborhood.
Okay.
And provide services in a number of neighborhoods, as we referenced in the report.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So I believe that we had a couple of speakers from they're speaking on this particular item. I just wondered whether or not the clerks would just call the speakers up. I think Councillor Ainsley, through your question, you've clarified a whole series of things that are sort of germane and quite pointed. Just wondered, Madam Clerk, do we have the speakers?
Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm there is one public speaker on this item. They were connected to the meeting, but we've since discovered that they've disconnected. So we're just in the process right now of following up with them to determine if they still wish to speak. So I'll provide you an update once I hear back.
Fair enough. So
sorry,
let me hold
Deputy
this
Mayor
one.
Thompson.
Then
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
The meeting. I just heard from my staff. It's my understanding that the executive director, Teresa Pastori, had a medical appointment that she had to leave for, so she has to remove herself from the speakers list.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Ainsley. So, Councillor Ainsley, this is an item that you have been very strong on. You brought this forward and so on. Since we have no speakers further and you've asked your question, just wondered whether or not you wanted to speak to the item, and I will move your motion, you have a motion. I'll move that for you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. With the committee's support, I am moving a motion asking for further engagement from the city staff, and I want to thank city staff for all the work that they've done to date trying to help parents engaged in education. And this is a community organization, Deputy Mayor Thompson, which basically started out of the trunk of a car. And they moved from the trunk of a car into a gymnasium and a TCHC building in the middle of Kingston Road, Galloway, Orton Park, which is one of our neighborhood improvement areas, which is in the center of my ward, Ward 24. And from there, they've gone into a commercial space. As their title says, Parents Engaged in Education, they do a lot of work in the education area. Some of it is, not what you would traditionally find in the classroom. They've done a lot of work with the Boys and Girls Club of East Scarborough. They recently distributed 500 laptops and computers that they were able to have donated to them from some of our major technology companies in Canada, who they further donated that equipment to children within Eastern Scarborough. If you could have seen them a couple of years ago in the gymnasium at 4301 Kingston Road, thousands upon thousands of books that they were able to distribute to children in Eastern Scarborough. Eastview Public School, just down the road, has one of the lowest literacy rates that you would see in the provincial test scores that come out on an annual basis. So they're really filling a hole in the community in Eastern Scarborough. I've had them meeting with a number of MPs and MPPs to help secure funding. Everybody seems to agree that they need the funding, but that funding's really not forthcoming from the provincial government. So I think having city staff directed to assist in advocating to the other levels of government would really bring the advice and the expertise that parents engaged in education need, so that they continue to move this organization forward to serve the residents, in particular children and youth in Eastern Scarborough. And that's why I'm here today. And I'm asking for the committee's support for my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. The clerk had put the motion up. I'll just ask her to put it up again. Don't know if you had any questions for Councillor Ainsley that I can answer. Because you're not able to question Councillor Ainsley directly, because it now becomes my motion. This on the screen, I think it's pretty clear, both in terms of the motion itself as well as the explanation that we've just heard from Councillor Ainsley. And obviously this is an organization that needs to have some support, and we want to create an opportunity where staff can bridge the, the divide with the provincial government by having some conversation. So I can't see hands at the moment because the motion's up, but I wanted to see if there's any questions that members may have. And the screen's opening up. See none. With that, then on the item, sorry, on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Madam Clerk, do we have to do anything else, because we're moving to receive this item initially, right? So
yes, Mr. Chair, nothing else is required because the motion will be the decision on the item.
The direction. Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you very much. We have dispensed of that item. We are now moving to EC 2411, review of a community space tenancy and granting requests for 5 and 2 kitchens in Scarborough Southwest. We have a speaker. Is the speaker ready?
To the chair, this is the host. The speaker has been provided with the audio panel options. They just need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can then unmute them to be able to speak.
Fair enough. I'll just get the clerk to read out the name of the speaker, please. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Yeah, the public speaker is Seema David from 5 and 2 Kitchens. Seema, are you connected?
Is Seema there?
To the chair, I also provided them with direction in WebEx chat as well, that they need to click on Connect Audio at the bottom of their WebEx panel, and we can then unmute them so that they may speak.
Okay, let's give them a couple of seconds then, and hopefully they can see that information and then act on the instructions. Miss David, are you there? Host, can you check to see where things are now, please?
The chair, it does not appear that they have followed through on the instructions provided.
Okay.
To the chair, I can attempt to troubleshoot with the speaker, but that...
Why don't you do that? And in the interim, what I'll do is I'll go to Councillor Ainsley to see whether he had any questions on this particular item, and we will see what happens after the response from Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley, do you have questions?
Yes, I do, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Okay, well, why don't we follow through with your questions, and then we'll come back to see whether we can get a hold of Ms. David. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. So 5 and 2 Kitchens, they, as their name says, they were originally in operation to prepare, cook, and supply meals in the community in Eastern Scarborough. And they've gone a long way beyond that they have a food pantry, and they provide educational courses. They've got a course on how to grow your local food, which is really important, as we heard in one of our previous items. And my understanding is they provide about 3,500 meals a week. Going back to 2013, they provided close to 500,000 meals. So, Anna-Ronke, I'm trying to understand, if 5 and 2 disappeared and couldn't provide those services in Eastern Scarborough, City of Toronto prepared to do to fill that gap? Or how could they fill that gap?
My apologies. There was a bit of a technical lag, but I think I got your question. So, through the chair, certainly the services that 5 and 2 provides are important services in the community, and the city has certainly, as part of the COVID emergency response, has provided support to 2 agencies, including this agency, who support food interventions in the community, and so that's a type of service that has been provided to support that work to date. And I would defer actually to my executive director, Denise Campbell, for further comments, if any.
Thanks, Anna-Ronke, and thanks, Councillor Ainsley. So we certainly, as you know, food security work is something that we continually to expand and take on. Our preference, as we saw through the pandemic, was that community organizations like this one are supported to continue to provide those resources, as the city is not the best food provider overall. That's not the business that we're actually in. So it's a complex thing. To Anna-Ronke's point, we've received one-time funding through COVID to support a number of these initiatives. And at this point, there isn't, tax-based resources to fund all the food security initiatives that are across the city. So we certainly will continue to work with other orders of government. As you saw in the last item, we certainly will continue to work with other funders who have also been contributing funding through the pandemic. And whatever we can do to support organizations like this one, we will continue to do, because we need strong organizations doing this work locally.
When you say, the work that 5 and 2 does, and it's not something that we certainly do a lot of or excel at. Is that something that at some point in time the city's got to get its head around, that we should be doing or finding a way to do it? Because, you know, as I've said numerous times, I have five neighborhood improvement areas in my ward, 5 and 2 kitchens. I think they distribute meals on a volunteer basis in every neighborhood. And they've done kitchens, trying to teach people how to prepare food, for example, at the storefront, East Scarborough storefront, which I know you're familiar with as well. But, if they disappeared today, that's a huge hole, and I have no idea how it gets filled.
So, Councillor Inslee, I certainly understand and hear the urgency, and as we noted, through the pandemic, we have certainly increased our understanding of the challenges across the food system, as well as the needs of organizations like 5 and 2 Kitchen to be supported to do this work in the long term. So we've been analyzing it, and we've been coming forward as we can with some strategies that the city can do to continue to support agencies under the poverty reduction strategy. And I think that there is more that we're going to come forward to say and give council some options, and ultimately council decisions about what are the types of things that we want to continue to support in terms of capacity building and supports to agencies that are doing this work in the community. Everyone's got to eat. And have the capacity to do that, and we fully support that. It's just about how do we ensure that we have all the resources required to support agencies like this.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Inslee. Let me just check to see whether or not we have Miss David. Do we have Miss David?
To the chair, it appears that Ms. David is connected. I can now unmute the speaker. Doing so now.
Okay, fantastic. Let's do that.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Mayor Thompson.
Good afternoon.
I'm so sorry.
You have 5 minutes. No problem. You have 5 minutes to speak, and at the end of your 5 minutes, you may get questions from visiting members.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When this meeting started this morning and the first item was presented, it really kind of sank my heart, because I said, well, a lot of different people who are presenting here have fantastic resources, which we at 5 and 2 really do not have at all. So I wish we would have been able to make a better presentation. But really, I want to say, I'm not only speaking on behalf of 5 and 2, the 5 and 2 team, which we're 7 staff at this point, but I'm also speaking on behalf of Southeast Scarborough, where we serve over 2,500 families every week. And a lot of the families we serve are not only in the BIPOC communities, but also families that fall through the cracks year after year because they don't have access to the food supports they need. And even though for 7 years we've been working without funding, and the last year and this year we're grateful to the city for having directed some funding to us. And we're aware that this funding has been temporary, but we're still grateful for it because it has helped us enhance our programs to the needs, especially during this COVID period. And so we've been able to add in 4 more programs into 5 and 2 into our portfolio. And our two main struggles are, of course, the space, because we've been given a space, a notice for our facility. And I know the city staff are working with us, and they're reviewing applications to this, to the RUI process, which we have applied to. On the other hand, the second very immediate and grave situation we find ourselves in is we have staffing this year. We're in our 9th year of operations now, and we are running all these programs. But our staff are also aware that we have no funding going forward into 2022. So the reality is 2 of our staff, our operations coordinator as well as our executive admin assistant, are both leaving us, and they're both leaving this month. It's sad because we wish them well. One has got a city job. She's got with Elections Canada. The other one has got another job at KMH. And we at 5 and 2, being a small charity, cannot compete with the government. We cannot compete with KMH because we cannot give any kind of benefits. They have little kids. And so my challenge here is now, how do we continue our programs and keep this going looking at 2022? Because even after we move, how do we pay staff? We simply don't have the resources. And that's my big challenge. So that's in brief. I don't want to take too much of your time because you've already heard about food sovereignty and all the food insecurity issues in Southeast Scarborough. And so we are a small charity. We're run by a board. We're governed. We are in a 9th year of operations. We are servicing a lot of families in our end of Scarborough, but we need your help. Our plan is to be self-sustainable 6 years from now. So for 5 years, we really need help, because if we cannot have staffing, we cannot run our programs. We don't run our programs, how do we continue to meet the needs of our community? So that is my question and my request to the committee to consider what we're doing. I know a picture paints 1,000 words, will speak 1,000 words. We have a little a clip we wanted to show you, which Global News covered us quite recently, where some of our clients who weren't even supposed to be there that day were there, but they happened to speak for us. And I think they would be able to tell a story how much the food they're getting from us is impacting them, and even how we get food delivered to people's homes if they're in isolation. We run a program which does free deliveries to people's homes if they cannot come in to us. We run a free food pantry where people don't have to stand in long lines to get their food. They come in on a 15-minute appointment and they get their grocery supplies. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. David. Let me just see if there's any questions for you. Okay, visiting member Ainsley, I don't see any. Oh, you do have questions? Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Seema, when you were talking about the staff that were leaving, you said that you can't compete with the government. And as a nonprofit, when you started in 2013, probably the last thing you thought about was one day you would be competing with the government, that, you know, really what you want is the government's help, correct?
Absolutely, Councillor Ainsley, you're right. I do, because we don't pay big salaries. We pay $17, $18, and how do people make do with that? But yet they have a heart to work do the kind of work we're doing, but they have to move on because we cannot offer benefits. What we need the city's help at this point to continue this.
Yep, and on your website, SEMA 5 and 2, you list a number of the organizations that have given you monies or financial support in 2020 and 2021, and you know the City of Toronto is listed there in both years. But prior to that, you know, prior to COVID, you didn't receive any financial assistance from any of the 3 levels of government, correct?
No, we didn't. Yes, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as an aside, maybe you can explain where you got your name from, 5 and 2.
So 5 and 2, when I was looking for a name for our little soup kitchen, I happened to be reading from the book of Matthew in the Bible. This was in 2013. And there was a story about where Jesus is speaking to people outside of the town on the hillside, and there were 5,000 men plus women and children, and there was no food for them. And there was this one little child who had 5 pieces of bread and 2 pieces of fish, and they brought this food to Jesus, and he thanked God for this food and blessed the food, and they distributed it out, and it fed more than 5,000 people and families. And so I felt in my heart God was telling me, use what you have and I will multiply this. And I think this has really been our story for the first 7-8 years. We've always taken in what we had and we've worked with it and been able to meet the needs of our communities. And another point I'd like to make this point is 80% of the food we use at 5 and 2 is rescued food. When I say rescued food, it's food that is going to be dumped by businesses because it's too soon to expire or has been expired. We take this food, we upscale it and make beautiful meals out of it and send it out. And the value of the meals we're sending out right now is close to $1 million, even if you take it 3,500 meals a week and multiply that by 54 weeks. And yet, with a small budget, we're able to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Davis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. All right, anyone else a question? Okay, seeing none to speak, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. I do have a motion in 2 parts that I'm putting forward that I understand you're going to move on my behalf. Yep. 5 and 2 Kitchens is an organization that's very prominent in the community in Eastern Scarborough. As Ms. Davis said and alluded to earlier, they serve close to 3,500 meals a week, close to 500,000 meals since they came into existence in 2013. I first met Ms. Davis and her family in 2018 when the ward boundaries were redistributed. They were in Councillor Former de Bearmaker's area. Since then, 5 and 2 Kitchens has outgrown 2 homes. They were in a church basement when I first met Seema and her family. Right now, they're in an industrial unit, and that's too small for them as well. I want to thank city staff. We're trying to get them some space in 705 Progress Avenue. Meets one of our needs, but my motion also speaks to funding and getting whatever funding is available, because as I've said many times already, if 5 and 2 Kitchens was to disappear, wasn't in existence, I don't know how the work that they do would be met by anybody else. As Ms. Campbell said, we do a bit of this work at the City of Toronto, but we don't do it very well. And 5 and 2 Kitchens, which started out as a soup kitchen, they have volunteers doing home meal delivery, the meal preparation, a food pantry service, a community garden project, a seniors education program, computer literacy, and it's all built on making sure that people eat. And as a city councillor that has 5 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward, and I've always said that my goal when I leave politics is to make sure I don't have any neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. There's a bit of a stigma that comes with it, but people really need assistance in neighborhood improvement areas. And 5 and 2 Kitchens has gone a tremendous way in meeting food security in Eastern Scarborough. They need more help. They need help from the provincial government, the federal government, and my motions speak to that. I want to thank Seema and her family and their volunteers for all of the amazing work that they do. And I ask the committee to support the motion that I'm putting forward and that Deputy Mayor Thompson's taking care of for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Just that the motion be put on the screen, please, and ask members to review and to vote when I call for the vote. If you want to support it, vote in the affirmative. If not, in the negative. Okay, so it's there. I don't need to read it. I think people have been able to read this motion that's there. Okay, just want to see the screen if I could, please. Seeing members. All right, great. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, that concludes that item. We are now moving on to our next item, which is EC 24.12, Dawes Road Library and Community Hub. We have one speaker on this item. Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could call the speaker, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So the speaker is Mark Richardson from Housing Now TO. Mark, are you connected?
I am connected. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you, Mr. Richardson. Just before you proceed, you have 5 minutes to speak, and members and non-members of the committee may ask you a question. You may proceed, sir. I would like to ask that the timer be put on, please.
Thank you, councillors and Deputy Mayor Thompson. A picture is worth 1,000 words. We did submit a document as PDF with a number of images in it about this site, which we would recommend that the committee members try to look at while we are speaking. Chair, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee, our volunteers from Housing Now TO Civic Tech and Open Data Project would like to raise some concerns about the very negative housing outcomes that have occurred during the redevelopment of the Dawes Road Library branch, and how the City of Toronto needs to develop a clear and unambiguous policy mandate to ensure that future community development projects do not ever result again in the net loss of housing units. Toronto has a housing crisis. You've all said that. Everybody who just ran for federal seats has said that. We understand that this library redevelopment was needed, But the loss of a standalone home at 82 Chapman Ave and the loss of 8 townhouses above this library without the city leveraging that land for any new or replacement housing is an almost unfathomable policy choice by city planning, park forestry recreations, and the library board. This land is zoned apartment neighborhood, and you didn't put any apartments on it. The city of Toronto has literally spent millions on purchasing and expropriating those 9 homes, but the total number of those acquisition values does not appear to have ever been made public. Our volunteers would appreciate it if the Economic and Community Development Committee could pass a motion today to require staff to provide a full public disclosure of the individual property acquisition costs, the purchase costs, the legal fees, and the number of bedrooms that were lost for each of the properties that were obtained for this library and community center. Our volunteers believe that during a housing crisis, the City of Toronto cannot afford to squander serviced government lands in the near core areas of Toronto on community use developments that do not, at minimum, replace the housing units that are displaced by the library or community center redevelopment. This library site at Dawes Road in Ward 19, Beaches, East York, was a lost opportunity to create housing, unlikely a lost opportunity to create new affordable housing at an appropriate size and scale above the community use in an apartment zoned neighborhood. For comparison, one of the images we have provided is the new YMCA facility at 907 Kingston Road in exactly the same ward as this building that's before you today. That site has 6 stories and 91 units of housing above the YMCA. Why were we not doing this on the site that you are talking about on Dawes Road? Our volunteers at HousingNowTO.com would encourage the committee and council to just learn some lessons from the current failure to even replace the lost housing during this Dawes Road Library and Community Hub development. We've attached some photos of what they're doing in Hamilton, in New York, in Chicago, and you need to instruct staff that in future, you need council policy that will only allow you to proceed with future projects that have a mandate to include additional housing on every single site. You know, we can't do this. I don't know how this happened. I don't know why this happened, but you can't lose housing in the city of Toronto for community use purposes. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. Let me see if there is any questions of you, visiting member of committees, members of committee. Okay, I'm seeing no questions of you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just members of committee or non-members, are there any questions for staff? Councillor Ainsley, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes and just get staff to start the time, please. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. I don't know which staff I should be asking this to, and I also want to preface my question by, I sit on the board of directors of the Toronto Public Library Board, and we've had, you know, a lot of discussions around the Dawes Road branch and trying to meet the needs of the library. I'm trying, I guess my question is, where does the intersection arrive at where you're trying to, you know, there's housing that was on the site, there's not any housing, you know, the needs of the library are getting met, but according to the deputy, we're not meeting our needs as a municipality to make sure there's affordable housing on the site. So I'm just trying to find out, you know, why didn't we get to that happy place or that intersection, and what can be done to get there on this project?
So I believe my colleagues, Pat Matosa from Real Estate is on the line. Pat?
Thanks, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley, I wasn't involved in the actual programming at the beginning, so that would be a question to you know, Toronto Public Libraries as to what their program requirements were back in 2017 when we were given the authority to transact on the acquisitions at 414 Dawes Avenue.
So the housing on site, does it get replaced somewhere else? Because once again, I can speak as a member of the library board, and our priority, my priority was to make sure we got an updated, upgraded branch here. The property is ultimately owned by the City of Toronto, not by the Toronto Public Library. I'm just, where does my role as a member of the board of directors stop? And as a city councilor or city staff saying, we've lost housing on this site, how do we replace that housing or put housing somewhere else
through the
to
chair,
replace it?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Ainsley. As you know, we have the Affordable Housing Program, which is led by the Housing Secretariat, and working with Creatio, which wasn't around in 2017. There are a variety of different initiatives across the city that we're working on providing affordable housing. As you know, we have a target over the next 10 years, to reach 10,000 units. We've also, as you know, working through in the RHI program and doing modular housing and other supportive housing initiatives. So we're well underway, as a city and meeting that housing mandate. We're, specific to this site, we're talking 8 units, I believe, in one house is my understanding, based on what we're working on right now. So throughout, and there are a variety of different programs to actually, build stock within the city. It's just unfortunate, based on the needs of the program, both for Toronto Public Library as well as SDFA to open up a community hub as well. So it's, particular site, it was a balance between what was happening back in 2017 and for this program, as well as what we're working on in terms of affordable housing initiatives and other initiatives that the Housing Secretariat is working on.
So is this a site you're saying, Pat, that just wouldn't, at this point, or at no point was it looked at for affordable housing? Like there was housing on site, we expand the project, we're putting in a community hub and a library, but housing just wasn't looked at.
I'd have to get back through the chair. Sorry, Councillor. I'd have to get back to you on that because I'm not sure what the zoning is on this project. Planning's not on the line, so I'm not sure if they looked at sort of housing plus community hub plus public library at the time. So I'm not sure what the height restrictions are and the setbacks and the angular planes for shadowing in the area are. So I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pat. I'd appreciate that if you could do that. Deputy Mayor Thompson, those are my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Did you wish to speak? See, the members of committee are not. I'm just looking at the screen here. Don't see any hands up, so I think we're good. You don't wish to speak on this particular item. Let me. I don't want to. Mr. Mancuso, I think you've answered through Councillor Ainsley. I think the point that Mr. Simpson was sort of underscoring there. So I won't belabor that. You've indicated that certainly you weren't part of this process at the outset, and that you will look into it. So I'm going to take you at your word, and of course that of Councillor Ainsley will as such. You've never ever failed me. I don't know any members of council that you failed. So I thank you very much for that. So with that, I would just simply move receipt of this particular item. That is that's the recommendation. So all those in favor with respect to receiving this item, looking for hands, and I know that we're having some challenges with technology, so we are still having the problems. So I see the hands now. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Members, I think we have now we're approaching our final item on the agenda, and the item is ECP 440. We have a speaker on this item. So Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could call the speaker, and then I'll just provide some instruction for the speaker. aware as to the provided for the other speaker. So the speaker, Madam Clerk.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So the speaker is Kevin McCarthy from the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. Kevin, are you connected?
All right.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. McCarthy. You have 5 minutes to speak, sir. And at the end of that time, members of committee and non-members may ask you questions. You may begin, sir. I'll ask the clerk to start the time, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councillor Thompson and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Kevin McCarthy, President of the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. It is the first time in this role where I've had the privilege to address Council on behalf of my members. I want to take this opportunity to offer comments on this operational service delivery report that is before the committee. Let me start by saying we support the report and its content. We thank Chief Jessup and senior city staff for their work to get us here. Our association has, and in the past, and will continue into the future, advocating for improvements to the TFS service delivery model. I don't have to remind you that Toronto is Canada's largest, most vertical and diverse city. While we are currently struggling to meet the staffing needs of the TFS, this report identifies the increasing challenges that we and will face in the immediate to near future. As you're aware, the recommendations in this report identify 6 areas of improvement. Recommendation A, to address staffing and performance concerns, Recommendation A proposes the addition of 156 new operational firefighters, 52 new firefighters in each year of 2023, 2024, and 2025. While we would like to have seen this proposed staff increase happen earlier, we recognize that hiring to address existing vacancies for 2020 and 2021 has been challenging due to COVID. These challenges have made it difficult to keep up. As stated in the report, to accomplish this, the TFS has launched the largest recruit class in its history. 96 recruits are currently in training, with plans to continue with similar size classes into 2022. In 2023, the TFS should be able to start hiring the additional 156 firefighters. Recommendation B, we applaud the increased funding to our post-traumatic stress, injury, and suicide prevention program. The individual that is crucial to the success of these programs is currently funded on a half-year basis, with the option of making their position full-time, including other resources such as an occupational therapist. Our members will get the much-needed support. Recommendation C, the conversion of 4 temporary staff service positions into permanent full-time jobs, while not a request of the association, is deemed necessary by the TFS management. Recommendation D, over the past many years, when the topic of diversity in the TFS has arisen, our association has countless times identified that there is no staff to help the TFS achieve its diversity goals. We believe that the addition of 3 full-time people to the TFS recruitment and outreach will go a long way increasing the number of qualified operational firefighter candidates applying to and hired by TFS. Our association has been a long supporter of having TFS reflect the community it serves. We have said we need people in diversity and outreach to make it happen, and this recommendation does that. Recommendation E, as a component of our total response time, turnout times have been challenging to meet NFPA standards. The TFS has instituted several initiatives to improve them, one being digital displays. Countdown clocks are installed in some stations and have successfully reduced turnout times in these locations. This recommendation provides some capital funding to install these digital displays in all stations. Recommendation F, while staffing and performance concerns are addressed in Recommendation A, our fleet replacement have not kept up with demand. It is common for the TFS not to have the appropriate apparatus replacements to replace the trucks that has to come off the road for maintenance, annual certification, or mechanical repairs. Addressing anticipated fleet requirements over a 10-year capital will help to resolve the shortfalls in available fire apparatus. I thank the committee for their time. We welcome this report and its recommendations, and we look forward to the implementation of the recommendations with it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy, for your presentation. Let me just see if there is any questions of you. Okay, just visiting members first. Councillor Ainsley, committee where Councillor Ford will be the first member of the committee. Councillor Ainsley, go ahead, please. Well, just 1 second, please, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep.
I wonder if staff can start the time, please, and we'll go ahead, please, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Mr. McCarthy, the recommendations that talk about hiring staff, will that bring Toronto Fire Services up to the necessary level of staffing that the association would like to see?
Through the chair, the association supports this report. We did provide a ECHA report back in January 2020. It spoke to a greater number, but I would ensure that fire services have provided the analytics to support the recommendations they've made.
Okay, and then I guess that goes along with the same with the anticipated fleet requirements. Your members are happy at this point with what's being done to enhance the fleet?
Yeah, I think the fleet requirements is a breath of fresh air, to be honest with you. It's it's very difficult to do the job that we do without having the tools that are able, and I believe that 10-year plan will be invaluable to our members and to the Toronto Fire Service.
Okay, and could you just explain a bit about the digital displays in the stations? What do they involve, or what do they do?
To the chair, the digital displays provide a countdown clock from the time that the call is put into the station to the time that our members get on their apparatus. We actually have a pre-alert as well that will bring our people to attention to hear the information.
Okay, and what happens now? Is it just like the alarm goes off in the hall and it's everybody on the truck as quickly as possible and out the door, or often I see reports from Toronto Fire Service about and the magazine that goes out from your association about response times and which halls are the quickest and who gets the most calls.
So through the chair, I would say that, unfortunately, some designs of some of the fire halls make it difficult to even improve that number. Just based, some halls were built for horses and not for firefighters, and that is a challenge. I am under the impression that where the clocks are made available in the fire stations, that times have improved. Obviously, when we receive a call, there is a pre-alert. The pre-alert, again, brings you your awareness, and there's some health and safety advantages to the pre-alert. And then once that pre-alert happens, obviously our members, move quickly. We don't run. You don't want to hurt yourself. We don't want anyone hurting themselves on the way to the truck, but they move quickly to the truck and respond. And those clocks will allow a timeline, like a countdown, to ensure that members meet the standards that we're hoping to achieve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. We'll bring this into committee. Councillor Ford, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My apologies, I missed a couple of Councillor Ainsley's questions, so my apologies if I repeat anything. But Mr. McCarthy, we've spoken on a couple of occasions around the staffing concerns that you and your association has had within the Toronto Fire Service. As you mentioned, that this is looking out this report's looking out starting in 2023. But these pressures currently exist as of right now. and you mentioned that there's a current class going on of 96 individuals in that class and another class happening. Are those numbers sufficient to your opinion and the association's opinion?
Through the chair, I would say that the fire chief is currently using the tools available to him to maintain staffing levels. Obviously, the increase to 96, a class of 96, was received with welcome arms from the association because the much needed personnel will be on trucks shortly. In regards to not being able to get the 156 before 2023, I think it's a matter of the ability to do so, because I believe if you had the number of 96 classes and you worked it out how many we can have a year, considering how much time it takes to train our recruits, you would only have the ability to have so many classes go forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. I'm just looking at the screen to see whether or not there are any other members with questions. All right. So, Mr. McCarthy, thank you very much for asking you this question, because you seem to bring a breath of fresh air, and thank you for that. And so you've had, and you and your members have had an opportunity to consult with the fire chief, the deputy chief, and so on, as part of the operational service model, delivery model that essentially we is what we have in front of us. And I'm hearing that you're in support. Am I correct in terms of that assessment? You had input in terms of this report?
I would say that there's been some input in the report, and yes, we are in support of it.
Okay, great. Let me then turn my attention to the issue that seems to be an issue for fire, and I think the association obviously is a companion with respect to this, because obviously the organization requires all of its different apparatus and parts to work efficiently for the best interests of Torontonians. The issue around diversity with respect to fire has long been an issue. I know there's been work to address this. Does this report itself give you comfort that there's going to be an opportunity to ensure that the outreach and the efforts to expand the diversity complement with respect to the fire services and the recruiting process, does this report give you comfort that that we'll be able to do this as part of the efforts to address the service delivery model?
I would say yes. It does certainly give me comfort. The association for years have expressed our concerns with the fact that we do not have staff available in the outreach division to ensure that we are able to deliver the the needs that we see within our city. I can tell you that I am working with staff services to offer further solutions that I'm not going to provide on a public forum, but I would be happy to talk with you privately if you'd like to.
Looking forward to
but we're aware, and we've always been a strong supporter, and I think this is a step in the right direction.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy, for your presentation today. There are no more questions of you at this time. I'm sure we'll have more questions in the future. I'm sure you'll be back to committee again in the future. We look forward to welcoming you again. So thank you. Okay, questions of staff. Just looking to see whether or not members so visiting Councillor Ainslie, no question. Councillor Ford, question of staff, and we have Deputy Jessup is with us.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Good
Chair,
afternoon, and also we have Debbie Higgins.
Just a couple questions. I think the same question I have for Mr. McCarthy, I'd submit to the service around the current hiring capabilities right now. So what do these classes look like coming up in the next couple years?
Well, through the chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Ford, for the question. I want to begin by saying this committee, including Councillor Cressy and Councillor Carroll, who are not here today, and of course, Councillor Ainslie, you have spoken with a number of us on a number of occasions. We were asked last year at this committee if Toronto Fire Service experienced challenges given the projected vacancies, given the potential impact of COVID-19, that we would avail ourselves of all options to ensure the safety of the public and the safety of our staff. And Councillor, I can tell you that's exactly what we have done. We've experienced an inordinate amount of vacancies as a result of COVID-19 over the last number of months. And Deputy Higgins has led the largest recruitment in the history of our fire service since amalgamation into this class of 96, into anticipated classes of 2 additional classes of 96 into 2022. I also want to be, very frank, Councillor, that in addition to the support from all of you and the Mayor and Council on all of the transformational projects TFS has been leading over the last number of years, the support that we received when a number of us brought this challenge to the Chief Financial Officer and to Deputy City Manager Tracy Cook, their support was unwavering. They knew that we had some challenges, and I will tell you that their support has been unwavering. So Deputy Higgins has a plan. It's going to take us approximately a year to try and catch up, given the vacancies and given the challenges. And as we stated last year, Councillor Ford, we still don't know what the 4th wave is going to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. So those classes, when will they be able to get on the trucks? What's the forecast?
So through the chair, we anticipate this class of 96 will be on the trucks in and around the end of November. Deputy Higgins will be commencing the next class in and around the end of January. So fast forward 16 weeks from there, we're into the spring, and then Deputy Higgins will be commencing another class in and around the summer. Fast forward 16 weeks from that, certainly our intent is to have that 3rd class on the apparatus before Christmas of 2022.
Okay, thanks, Deputy. My next question is referencing Table 1 of the report and the operational capital expenditures here. So in 2023, we're looking at about 3.3 million operationally, 2024, 9.5 million, then 2025, 14.8 million. That's coinciding with the total new full-time employees is 52. Why does that get exponentially bigger over the 3 years? Is that for equipment costs?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Deputy Higgins, our Deputy Chief of Financial Services, to answer your question, Councillor Ford.
Thank you.
Yeah, it gets, through the chair, it gets, because it's cumulative. So every year we're adding 52 firefighters, but doing the step increases and everything from the 52 hired before that. So it adds up year after year.
So it adds on. Okay, that makes total sense. Last question, I'll sneak it in. I believe there was a new station designated for North Etobicoke years back. I know, budgeting has been very difficult. What's the status of that right now?
Through the chair, Deputy Higgins, please.
The North Etobicoke station at Woodbine we have actually deferred that now. Our analytics division has determined that it won't actually add anything to our performance overall. So we've done a whole new set of analytics, and we so Downsview, at the one at Downsview Station or Downsview Park is about to open. The one previously planned for Woodbine has been deferred, but we are holding on to the land because there will come a point when we need it. It's just the dollars are better spent in other areas of the city right now.
Okay, thank you, deputies.
Thank you very much. And that's the other question I was going to ask, and I think Deputy Higgins has been able to address that around the sort of increase that we see going from 2023 up to 2025. I want to ask this question about the conversion with respect to the 4 temporary coordinators position to permanent. So do we have 4 permanent coordinators, or what is it? Is it 1 or 2 people? What is that conversion mix?
Deputy Higgins, please.
Sorry, through the chair to the chair. We actually have 4. They are all temporary positions. That division was built on 1 full-time division chief, and thinking that one position may be able to handle that workload. We added 2 temporary positions and then had to add 2 more, and they've been temporary for a number of years and have certainly proven their worth in investigations and attendance management type activities. So this is probably at least the 2nd, maybe 3rd budget request where we have requested to make them permanent.
All right, thank you. Now, Deputy Jessup, you and your team and Deputy Higgins and others have been working on obviously responding to this issue with respect to the operational service delivery model, because it's been an issue for quite some time. You've obviously brought this plan forward, and this is obviously the best opportunity to address the issue with respect to staffing. One of the areas that I wanted just to focus our attention on, and through your questions, your answer to Councillor Ford as to whether or not, I think it sort of suggested that all 156 of the new firefighters would be on trucks. But is that in fact the case? I mean, you talked some time ago, and there was a lot of conversation around fire education and so on. So can you help me to understand sort of the breakdown in terms of the 156? Are they all going into a division to work on trucks, or is it part of the educational component that has been top of mind as part of fire service providing education to residents?
So, Deputy Mayor, I believe, sir, you have asked the question and stopped. I don't want to cut you off, but I believe I understand the gist of the questions.
Again, I don't think that she's having today, but I just wanted to understand the 156. Are they all going to be on trucks? Are they? What is the breakdown in terms of how you'll be utilizing those new recruits, if you will?
Well, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor, and through the chair. So, in answer to the question, the 156 net new staff request over a 3-year period is strictly for our operations and suppressions division. So these new recruits, if approved, through council, would be used to ensure that we have sufficient firefighters able to respond to the myriad of fires and emergencies that we are tasked with doing and protecting, the city of Toronto. The investments that City Council and certainly this committee have made in the Fire Prevention and Public Education Division over a number of previous years, as you noted, Deputy Mayor, they have paid off significantly with significant gains in terms of the reduction in fires and our improved compliance. But in answer to the direct question, the 156 will be staffing and ensuring we have sufficient firefighters on our 124 apparatus moving forward.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. To speak.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one question that got me going?
Sure, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to Chief Jessup, I guess under F, anticipated fleet requirements for the next 10-year capital planning, do you know where you are with the Humber Bay Shore is one of the fastest growing neighborhoods in the city. I know I've talked to Chief Peg about this prior, about a new fire hall down at Park Lawn Lakeshore area, somewhere in there with the new Christie lands now under development with that explosion development that kind of took off on its own. Do you know where you are with that new station we were looking at? I know that was on your radar screen. Could you tell me where we are with that?
I can
Absolutely. So, Councillor, through the chair, I will ask Deputy Higgins to answer, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work with Create.to over the last number of months, and we have identified some sites down in that neighborhood and have chosen done some work with our analytics team and have chosen the site that works best for us. They are currently working with the developers down there and on timelines and things like that. You will see it in our 10-year capital plan that will be presented through the 2022 budget somewhere off the top of my head, somewhere around 2025, I believe.
Great, thank you, Deputy Higgins. Thank you, appreciate it. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair Grimes. To speak. Anyone wishing to speak? All right. I would just like to thank the speaker, Mr. McCarthy, and certainly thank Deputy Jessup and Higgins for being with us today and answering the questions. And to say that I'm pleased with this report would be putting it mildly. I'm very pleased with this. I'm really pleased as well with respect to the collaboration with respect to the association and the department and the leadership there. This is really helpful. It sends a strong message that all of the concerns and the consideration that needs to be addressed and are being addressed. And we've seen a situation where the alignment wasn't always in I guess in formation. And I'm happy to see this going in the right way. And of course, we know that safety is the top thing when we wake up and look at how we provide the elements that are needed to ensure that Torontonians are safe. In this case, it's fire and all of the other emergency type services that we provide to our residents is extremely important. And clearly, this report seeks to address, obviously, some challenges and the operational, I'll use the term inefficiency just from a perspective that not having sufficient number of personnel to be able to respond and so on. But the organization is efficient in terms of optimizing the number of personnel that they have in place to be able to respond to ensure that Torontonians are safe. But what we clearly understand is that there's a real need for more of the staff to be in place to address and respond to the needs that Toronto Fire and the leadership there have identified. This is part of that particular effort. It's ongoing also to fully optimize and utilize, obviously, resources to provide what is needed in terms of a full-time basis, in terms of this, conversion from the sort of, what used to be, what is viewed as being sort of temporary and so on, to respond to the need in order to address this issue. So to implement full-time personnel to be able to address the need. So I'm really happy with respect to this report, and I'd like to simply move the item, and we'll just take the matter to a vote. So all those in favor of this particular item, which is EC 24.13, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. That is, I believe that is the last of our item, and I'll just consult. Madam Clerk, my list says we have concluded the items. We've dealt with a new business item. What does your list say?
I can confirm the same, Mr. Chair. The committee has considered all of the items that were before it.
Thank you very much. And just before I move adjournment, I want to thank the staff for obviously the efforts today. We've had several challenges, as you can see from the fact that I have not been pretty well on the screen for the most part, because my connection here is not the best. I'm at the Civic Center. I'm going to work with the IT staff after we've concluded this meeting. They've already reached out. But I want to thank all of the staff, everyone who has participated, as well as the deputants who've been with us today. Thank visiting Councillor Ainsley, and thank all of the members of committee that were able to sit through. It's 2:22, and I'd like to move adjournment. And just to reiterate, I want to make sure I thank the clerk, because she has also been, as she always is, absolutely fantastic. So, Madam Clerk, thank you again for your leadership and input on all the things that we've done, and thank everyone that's been involved with today's meeting and members of committee. So with that, I'd like to move adjournment and thank everyone for being with us today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chair, good job.